Hey,
Hello. Ah, Di Martino, what's up?
yeah, how are you?
Yeah, not
I'm
too
great.
bad, not too bad. What about you?
Yeah, I'm great.
You been?
That was a great battle between the Toyota and the Genesis.
Yeah, it's been sick. Right, the new stream is up.
Oh, great. I
Uh,
joined for like the great battle of the stream, I guess.
was this?
I just joined, and when I joined, the Toyota and the Genesis was fighting, so yeah, it was
Yeah,
cool.
it's been a crazy fight. Right, let me go to plug this in the mobile server as well, because I'm shameless. Cool. Right. So, hopefully the stream is working.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, the reason that the live stream was finished, Musa, is just so we can have clear distinctions between the live streams that are like commentated and the ones that are AFK. And also, a live stream has to be under 12 hours for it to save as a VOD. So the final 8 hours now should be able to go straight to the end. As opposed to if we left it running from earlier, I don't think it would save the full thing. If that makes sense. Hey, Toaster.
Hi, up. How's everything doing?
How's the
How's Genesis doing?
They are
Great.
leading.
Oh,
Absolutely
phenomenal.
flying out in front.
So we're lapped by Tyler.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's funny, there seems to be a threshold. So like, for instance, I just don't see any way for 6th and lower to get back into this fight for the lead. But the top 5, as soon as it looks like Ferrari are like 2 laps down and they're sort of out of that fight for the lead permanently, they're now back into it and they're only 3 seconds off the Toyota.
Oh,
I mean,
only if them double lapped cars could get back in.
yeah. Well, it's happened. I mean, the night shift that we did, me, you, Mart, and Corvid, we literally saw the Genesis go from being a lap down on the race leading Ferrari to leading the race a lap up from the Ferrari. You do get a lot of randomness. There's the Toyota right
Yeah.
behind the Genesis now. Yeah, Musa, it was on the recommendation of a comment on the video from 2023 that made me want to come and do it again. No pressure to, but if you want, I can send you the link to the Discord server. If you're not in it, you can come and join the voice channel with us as well. Caddy leading the way. I'm afraid, Stan, it's AI. Yeah. That would be impressive otherwise. Incredibly impressive. Always nice to see having 4 cars on the lead lap. Good position to be in. Healthy for the sport. Wow, Racing Team Turkey is getting beat the shit out of. Poor guys. It's funny seeing how not close the LMP2 field is. United Autosports lead lap 1009, about to finish it, going to lap 1010. DKI Engineering are 5 laps down in second place. And then third place is CLX Motorsport, who are another 4 laps down. I think that might be a run and done situation. But hopefully still up a good battle for the podium between CLX and Duquin. Into Europol, not completely out of it either. And then Algarve Pro Racing look pretty car drift as well. They've not even completed 1,000 laps in this race, and their class leader has done 12 more. Yeah, Musa, I think there is a Nürburgring track. I'm not sure how decorated it is. But,
Well, there is a big one, but I think it's just the Nordschleife.
yeah. I mean, that's the ideal one, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think that's a GP loop, so...
No. But the 24 hours of Nürburgring is done on the Nordschleife, isn't it?
No, it's got the GP loop on it as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm sure it'd be easy enough for somebody to make that.
It's only a little bit more.
Exactly. Once you've done the whole fucking track.
Yeah.
I mean, the issue is that Danny's not really in the community anymore. So, like, 3 years ago when he was creating tracks like this, I don't think I've ever seen a real-life track depicted more accurately in as beautiful way as he did this. The game used to be so poorly optimized, though, that this track would just automatically crash some people's laptops.
Yeah. That's why we banned the immobile, the...
Is that right? Does it crash people's phones?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so
It's such
funny.
a shame.
It makes sense, though. I tried to copy the track to make a thumbnail image, and it, like, loaded for 2 minutes and never even made a copy.
Yeah. It's not great sometimes, this game, but sometimes it can be peak, but...
So Caddy
It would be
and...
cool to have some sort
Go on.
of DNF functionality. Maybe Caddo could put it in there.
Yeah, that's the thing. We just need to spam Caddo's inbox now for any weird suggestions.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be really cool. That would be really cool. I mean, I guess it's already the case with, not to flex, but the person who first suggested to Aptly that you should be able to DNF just from damage was yours truly. And then he added it into the game, which I was happy about.
Shame it doesn't like automatically DNF like the race if everyone's DNF.
Does it not?
I don't think so.
I
been
think
in
it does
many.
actually.
Wait, does it?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think I've seen. Maybe it's just when you DNF in a single player race.
So I've been in many a demolition derby,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, we don't. We have to leave to get to finish the race.
So the Ferrari have Corsa with a bit of a gamble here. They've stayed out. Oh my god. Need to go take my meds. I don't. This is an interesting strategy. This could well propel them back into the lead of the race. After I spent literal hours on end praying for their downfall. Well, Toyota and Genesis stayed out for another lap. Which is interesting. Oh my god. Give me a minute. Right, hello. Genesis finally in. Ferrari, AF Corsa, for what I believe is the first time in over 11 hours rather, will lead the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Run from it, hide from it. The Ferrari AF Corsa dominance returns all the same. Oh my days. Hey, Mike. Hello? Hey, Crunky. How's it going? Yeah, not too bad. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Tell you right now, they're shitting bricks right now. Chris said this card's broken. Like, it'll break you. Huh? Baseball. Yes. Shitting bricks. Beautiful. Just slip that in. What? Mingo, yeah. Ricky boy, first lap of Wales, 43.88. Let me cook. That's like a full 5.5 seconds slower than my lap. Good stuff. Oh. The two goes alive. I don't know why you do. Nom, nom, nom.
Hello, I gotta go commentate Morel, so I'll see you later.
In a bit.
Right, see ya.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Back up. Huh.
Bless you.
Ah. Cap Colton. Thank you. Hey, no.
Oh, I've done something clever. Grunke?
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Oh no no no! My family's leaving. Bye bye. Bye bye. OMRL.
What is OMRL?
Yeah,
What is it?
it's like a mobile league.
Is it like the JL for mobile?
I think so.
Interesting.
Might be I can't remember. I don't know how they do it over there. I think it's OMRL, ERL, and UMRL. I'm not focused on any mobile leagues, though. I have a hard enough time on the PC leagues.
Yeah, fair enough.
Plus, I hate base tracks, so I'll never download
Is it the AL? Really? Damn. Jerry,
What's the AL?
join Driver Radio. I'm streaming them all. Like actual them all.
Hi, Juro. I'm training for tomorrow's race again.
Where's tomorrow again? Oh, it's the Welsh track.
This track.
I did say I'd commentate that.
A track that I'm actually feeling pretty good on.
Oh, good man.
I've been doing a lot of training this week. I'm doing a lot of training since I cleaned this client up.
Since you what?
Doesn't take me 5 minutes to fucking download anything, and
Yeah.
ever since Yoa helped me clean it up, like it feels like my inputs are a lot sharper too. So
What did you do? What did you change?
I deleted my save file.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Now I don't have any black screens. I don't have any blank screens.
That's really good.
Everything downloads on time. And yeah, I mean, if a client takes 3 seconds to boot up, I'm more inclined to train than waiting 5 minutes. So
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, it must be really difficult racing if you've got loads of lag on it.
terrible. Honestly, I was not enjoying the game, and I'm like, yo, save my life, or I'm deleting this game.
Well, that's good to hear, man. Glad you're still around.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I'm having a breakthrough season in AL, and
Hell yeah.
I've only missed 1 podium this season.
That's pretty good going.
Yeah,
Young superstar
Wish I had the
breakthrough
same
driver.
I wish I had a breakthrough season at JL, but I'm pretty medium in there.
Well, you're getting there.
A lot of fast drivers in JL this season, though. A lot of fast drivers.
Yeah, I didn't do that well when I raced my JL race. That was right at the start.
Could you imagine if me and you were teammates?
Oh my god.
We
The world would not be
destroy
ready.
everybody. No, they wouldn't be. The Skip Crunk team.
Skrunk.
Skrunk. Skip Punk.
Love it.
I put in pretty slow lap time so far. 38.8 is not that quick.
Hmm.
It'll be quicker, but not by much. 6.5. Fuck. Okay. That would have been a great lap. Now.
Yeah, top 3 are crazy close. Genesis is still very much in this. BMW had such a good comeback. Now it looks like they're just too far away. We'll have to see.
How many drivers do other teams have for a 24-hour race? 3?
Each team, yeah, each car has 3, and then some teams have multiple cars.
Can the saved driver enter the race twice?
Not for 2 different cars. Actually, in 2 different categories they can, but not in the same category.
Okay.
but I think they
So once they're
don't.
done driving in one, once they're done driving in one category, they can't re-enter the car they're racing.
Oh, they can. Yeah, they take turns in the car, so they'll do stints of 2 hours or 4 hours at a time, and they swap around.
Okay, okay.
So you might end up doing like 4 stints of 2 hours each. If you're 3 drivers, so you each do 8 in total.
Um.
Yeah, Feder, the hypercar are all the same level. Wow, that's so close. From the 3rd to the 5th in LMP2. That's insane.
Um.
That's insane. That's so tight.
That's what she said.
CLX, Duquesne, into Europol. 11th, 12th, 13th overall. But in the class, third, fourth, and fifth, fighting for that final spot on the podium. Into Europol, sweep past Duquesne. Into fourth position. Set their sights on CLX rather, in third. DKR up in second is very impressive. They've done very well. Can Into Europol do something here? Probably got another lap of wet running before the track dries out again. This is the closest battle that we have in the field. Into Europol, down the Mousson. Can they get it done before the first chicane? Yes, they can. Very nicely done. CLX comes back at them. CLX through the chicane, back up into third place in their class. Duquesne putting in a second lap on the Algarve Pro Racing team. They'll need a good bit of fortune to get themselves back in this fight for the podium. Genesis into the pit lane. BMW over a lap adrift. And they haven't even come in off the wet tyres yet. Toyota in, Ferrari in.
Fuck. Oh, so consistent. Oh. I think 338.5 is pretty consistent.
Yeah? Whatever wins you those AL races, bro.
Hey, I want JL. I want JL.
Whatever wins you the CL races, bro. Or it's called something
Hey,
else now, isn't
I'm
it?
trying for that. I'm trying for that too.
Good man.
I'll be doing 3 races tomorrow. And I'll be looking for a CL seat next season since I don't own a team. For any of you would-be listeners out there.
Surely you just
Drive
give yourself
on
the
the
seat at Mazar, no?
No, I'm going to UL. UL is waiting for Mazar.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm not the jurist of UL, no. I refuse to finish at the back every single race.
Fair enough. I can't blame you for that.
I'll hire people to do that for me.
Oh, bless.
Mathigal, do you want only your team or the whole academy in your lobby? I'm like, the whole ass academy. Bring them
Oh,
all.
yeah. That's what you want.
Bring them all. More the merrier. Ben incoming. Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Yoa.
You are.
Yo.
Welcome back.
How you doing, my South African brother?
I'm doing I'm doing quite tired actually, I won't lie. How are you guys?
I'm
Yeah,
well rested. I'm good.
tired
Oh,
but
so,
excited. Big day of motorsports, both real and fictional.
hey.
You'll never guess who's leading the
Yeah,
race.
they have actually made the comeback. Wait,
It's
what? How did they get
insane.
there?
I saw quite a lucky fake rain for them, like a straight up 2 pit stop gain, just out of the blue.
My word.
But the BMW, which was leading when I came back this morning at
Ooh.
10:30, now fallen well off the back.
Ah, it's gone back to standard, except with Alpine now ahead of Peugeot.
Yeah, Peugeot have really bottled it. Peugeot were running in the podium as well, just when we left it last
Oh,
night.
dear. It's just
Musa,
falling
you have
apart
no idea,
completely.
man. They were literally first for so long through the night.
We wished for them to stay,
Mm.
or like for others to catch up to them, and
I can't
now
believe how
they've come back.
close Toyota got to Ferrari.
Yeah, like earlier on as well. There's like what's it called? Oh, Ferrari had like a they had a 90 minutes or 90-second gap at the top, and then I think as the weather and as pace started doing its thing, Toyota and they were like Toyota and Cadillac. I mean, and Genesis were like 80 seconds ahead of Ferrari when I
Mm.
last left, which was at like four
Say
five for
Ferrari.
me.
Say Ferrari again.
Ferrari, Scuderia
Yes.
Ferrari. I could be wrong.
Ferrari were
Yeah.
genuinely down in 7th at like 4:30 this morning. And now they're
Absolute
back up
scenes.
in that fight for the win. It is crazy.
It's
Little,
never
little
over
under
till it's
7 hours
over.
left.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just under 7 hours
Damn,
left.
time has blitzed. Wait, Musa, just a random question. Do you happen to be South African? Don't ask me why I'm asking. But
South Africans unite.
yeah.
What,
Yeah.
Crunk or me?
Help us fight the tyranny of
Uh,
the Brits. Fuck.
yeah.
Never.
No, I was saying Musa skip or
A
Musa.
Wow.
Musa.
Toyota takes the lead. Whoa.
I would. Where did they come from? Like, the gap was like 2 seconds,
Japan.
and I'm still surprised. Literally. I'm still surprised that the fastest lap that they set, like, I think in hour 5 or something like that, is still standing.
Mm. So the real life one has just started. BMW
Ooh,
lead from Cadillac, then the other BMW, then the Alpine, then the other Cadillac.
Only Cadillac had that success in F1.
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'd love to see Bottas win the race before he retires.
Mm. You know, it's always like, well, it's kind of dawned on me that I don't think we ever expect anyone to really retire until we suddenly look at their age. And then you realize out of
Right?
nowhere,
Like you
literally, like,
realize Fernando, you realize Alonso's doing his 23rd Spanish Grand Prix this year, right?
It's crazy.
exactly.
His
It's like,
23rd. A
yeah,
lot of
I think
people struggle
with,
to make 23 races in a fucking
Yeah.
season, let alone 23 consecutive fucking Spanish Grand Prix.
it's absolutely insane. But now, like, for example, like with podcasts, right? I think back in the day, we were so used to having Bottas around because at that point he's like in his mid 20s,
Mm.
and or like his late 20s, early 30s, and now it's crazy with him and Perez as well
Mm.
because now suddenly they're both in their late 30s and on the verge
No.
of potentially retiring.
They can't be in their late 30s. Surely, in my mind,
Yeah,
Bottas and
they are.
Perez are still like 33.
Exactly. For me, they're like still like very early 30s, but us is turning 37 and Perez is turning 36.
Wow. It's
I'm kind
pretty
of bummed
crazy.
out that Perez isn't rocking the generic Mexican mustache.
Mm,
Esteban
yeah. Maybe we've got Esteban Gutierrez. Esteban Gutierrez as well, actually. I was thinking about it, right?
Oh,
Because I
he's
was
like
doing
40 now,
one of my.
surely.
No. Like he's turning 34 this year, which is
Really?
insane because
So
yeah,
young.
like as I was doing yeah, to an extent. But I thought he was even younger because I was doing my AI sim, right? Or like not my AI sim, but my
Yeah.
UR2D careers mode sim. So now I'm in the year 2015. And actually before all of this, like I think in 2024, late 2024, I did GP3, GP2 F1 career mode
Mm,
thing because that was the year when I also discovered GP3 and Esteban Gutierrez himself.
right.
And back then, bro was like, I think 18 or something. Or no, 19.
Yeah.
So in my mind, it's like Gutierrez is still like, should still be in his like early 20s because it's like you remember Gutierrez as the prospect instead of like Gutierrez now suddenly being 34 and even somebody like what's it called? Christopher Van Dorn as well, being 34, I think, at the end of this year,
Well,
which
that's the
is
thing that I
mad.
find interesting. Because for me, I see Gutierrez, Ferrari into the pit lane. I see Gutierrez as being older because I remember that he drove in F1 in like 2014 and 2016, and then that was the
Yeah,
last time he drove. Whereas you kind of
yeah,
forget that, like, nowadays, the average career span of an F1 driver, if they're bad, is like 3 years. Look at like Joe or Sargent or Sonoda.
yeah,
I mean, that's a bit harsh on Sonoda, but still. They're
mm,
bad, it's like 3 years.
yeah,
If they're good, or Giovinazzi is another example. If they're good, it's like
yeah,
8 years. Look at like not they don't even have to be good, but they have to be like consistent. Look at somebody like Magnussen. I don't think anybody would say he was
mm,
outstanding, but he did a job and he did it well for like 8 years. And then if you're like
mm,
really good, then it's like 15 plus years. Look at somebody like Hulkenberg, Bottas, Perez, and obviously if you're an all-time great like Hamilton and Alonso, you can drive for as long as you want.
yeah,
But yeah, whereas back in the day it was so much more common just to see somebody who was like 24 years old have like 2 seasons in F1 and then just get kicked to the curb because they didn't bring in either enough performance or enough money to the team.
mm,
So Gutierrez,
100.
I kind of imagine him as like the category, when you think of drivers who retired in 2016, that's like Jenson Button, who in my mind is like 45 years old, right? And obviously
Yeah,
Gutierrez didn't retire, he just got kicked out because he was crap.
mm,
But still, that's kind of the group that I would group him into. Like
mm,
Adrian Sutil is the kind of driver from that era where I think like, okay, yeah, like 2014, like that's about when he left the sport. John
yeah.
Eric Verne. That's why I would think
Oof,
Gutierrez is older than he is.
I hear it. I hear it. I definitely hear it. And I think, I don't know, like,
Honestly, Musa, I have no
it's,
idea who's gonna win. I genuinely have no idea. I think it's anybody's game between the top four. I mean, I'd give you very, very good odds on anybody outside the current top four winning overall. I don't think BMW are going to bring back that 92-second gap. And I don't think Aston Martin will. And I don't think Alpine will. I don't think Peugeot will. Although it's so disappointing to see Peugeot drop to the back of the hypercar class after running in like P2 just a few hours ago. So it does show if
so
you
true.
do it badly, it's very easy to lose 100 seconds. But it's very hard to gain 100 seconds.
Absolutely. Oh,
I
there's 8 people
reckon.
watching you.
Sorry, you're gone.
Mm. No, it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. I'll say afterwards.
I reckon the Ferrari. I just have a funny feeling after how dominant it was early on The funny thing is, I've not seen any driver get the same lead at any point uh, since the Ferrari gave up that lead that we saw it have. Like, you see them get like 20, maybe 30 seconds out in front, but I've not seen a car get a minute or a minute and a half out in front like the Ferrari was. It has been so much closer at the front since like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. basically. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it could be anyone's game. Go on, you.
Positive signs on that front as well. Very positive signs with Ferrari and Toyota. They've just been scrapping at it the whole time. Like
Mm.
even before I like slept the first time. But yeah, like with Jeff as well. Like I remember back in 2013 as well, where Jeff is one of this group of upcoming drivers and everything like that, and Daniel Fiat as well, one
Yeah,
of these upcoming groups of drivers. And it's so crazy how we don't even realize just how time sort of just elapses because we're so used to seeing somebody like a Hülkenberg or like a Hamilton or an Alonso in what's it called in F1 that's like let's say it's 2019 or let's say 2020. I think 2021 when Alonso came back. It's
yeah.
like we're there, we see Alonso, we see Hamilton, and it's like business as usual, that type of thing. Or we see Felipe Massa as well, and it's like business as usual.
Mm.
For 1 year, for another year, we see them competing at like let's say the Spanish Grand Prix, and like at that moment, which is just like what, this is business as usual. Then suddenly, it's like you hear talks about retirement talks or age talks, and then you realize, you look up at the ages and you realize, damn, these guys are not young anymore. Or like,
Yeah,
these guys
it's true.
are, yeah, very like fascinating to me. It's even with like
Good
Kev,
point, Musa. The
Jean-Louis.
Ferrari now does have quite a
Hmm.
fair bit of damage. Smoking out the back. You can't keep hate watching the
Oh.
Ferrari, bro. It's not dominated for about 12 hours.
Hey man, has to be done. Somebody's got to hate on the Ferrari.
Oh, poor Ferrari. I think I'd quite like them to win. Actually, they won. No, they didn't. I'm lying. I was going to say they won 3 years ago, but they didn't. It was Peugeot. They've just won all of the real life ones.
Mm.
See, look,
But who was?
this is the
Hmm,
Ewer
yeah.
effect. I had 1 or 2 concurrent viewers about half an hour ago before you came on. We've now got 8 people watching.
What can I say? What can I'm kidding? I'm
You
kidding.
got a voice
Oh
for
no, there's
commentary.
four. Yeah, but I've actually been thinking a lot about that as well, because I think like even like there like I think back in 2024 I went and did a gig, but this was for hockey.
Hmm.
So this side of the world, we had the field hockey masters tournament, and it was like a friend messaged me to say, you know what, you've always wanted to do comedy, so do you want to like
Yeah.
do you want to yeah. So then I was like a bit hesitant because I didn't know how to get there in the first place, and plus I have zero experience with hockey. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, I sometimes like watching the sport, but with field hockey, when it comes to knowing the rules and stuff like that, I don't know that thing.
Yeah,
So
neither.
I get to the stage. Yeah, it's like because we are motorsport fanatics, but like when I got there, um, it was so weird at first because on one hand, I hadn't really gone through my homework in terms of knowing how the rules and stuff like that work and what is called as what. So, first game, this is like the over 70s that are playing against each other. And I think
Over
it was England
70s.
against, yeah,
It's
for the first
crazy.
game that I did. Yeah, so it was England, I think, against Wales. So at this point, right, and bear in mind, I don't know a thing about hockey. My friend is part of the what's it called? The camera crew or
Yeah.
the broadcast crew. So he's like giving tips and stuff like that to myself because I'm struggling to work the mic and everything like that.
Yeah.
Then, like, first game was atrocious, but luckily not many people viewed it. Second game was Scotland against Ireland. So this was the over 40s women's I think quarterfinals.
Right.
I don't know. Because that game suddenly everything just ignited. It's like everything now just starts clicking. And even though I don't know a thing about field hockey and I'm just learning on the go, it's like that feeling where you're in like flow state where
Yeah.
everything just comes so naturally. And then
Oh, I'd
I
love that.
think especially because it is, it's like for example, like when you commentated Blarney, where it was like you could just yeah, bro was in flow state. So so yeah, then the final game of that day that I did was New Zealand against South Africa
Yeah.
over 40s. And I mean, you'd expect this to be an easier game because as a South African, it's like, and as somebody in my, like commentating in my own country, in my own province as well,
Yeah.
it's like, no, you'd expect the names and everything like that to come easy. But I was on like 4 hours of sleep and I was like, I think the the amount that I put into the second game, it kind of showed.
Oh my
So
goodness.
third game, yeah, it's like sometimes when you do a bit too, like one too many, it's just unfortunate that it happened to be South Africa.
Yeah.
So like I'm messing up every single name that I'm coming across. And then I read in the comments as well, these people some of the people who were watching were not happy as well. Whereas in like the previous game, it was like everybody's like hooked and stuff like that. So I was like, nah, you know what, let me not do this again. But
Oh my
then
goodness.
I got uh yeah, I got a text from my friend actually. Well, not a text, but like he was talking to me. And he said that the coach for the Ireland game that I commentated
Yeah.
against Scotland, the coach wanted to actually see who I was and stuff like that because they listened to the commentary and they were impressed. So I think the next day I wanted to go to college as well because I had classes. So I went to college. I couldn't go and like meet. In fact, on the Thursday as well, I also had classes, but I just chose not to go. But yeah, on the Friday, I couldn't exactly go because of that exact reason with classes and just wanting to be around people again.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it was a
Oh,
missed opportunity because yeah, but it was fun though.
big ups Badged Badger, saying our dedication is crazy. I love simulating in races and UR2D2. Never done one over 20 minutes though. Yeah, it is it's a fun one.
It's insane. And I think it's also so unique as well.
Oh
Like we're
man,
speaking about like
Albon and Ocon out in Q1.
oh Esteban, oh Esteban.
That's so poor. Albon was so far off as well, half a second off signs.
Ooh, where was Carlos in the pecking order?
P16 just made it through.
Oh dear. So I assume Albon's like 17, 18 or something.
Yeah, Ocon
19.
17, Albon 18, then Perez ahead of Bottas and Stroll ahead of Alonso.
Oh, had a luck going or like had a luck with a little false dawn in Monaco then.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. Spain just shows how good your car really is.
Hmm.
Ferrari though, Ferrari 1 and
Wonderful.
3 in Q1, Mercedes 2-4,
Ooh.
McLaren 6-7. You cannot be laughing at that. You're a grown ass man.
I'm only 24, still too young. Well, not 24 yet. Not yet.
Still a grown ass man.
The other day, actually yesterday, I went to the shops and everything to go and get some things.
Yeah.
And I saw one of my classmates from, yeah, I saw one of my classmates from high school. We had a conversation, handshake, everything like that.
Yeah.
And it was so strange because it's so used to seeing, like, when a classmate's a classmate, you see them as like your peer and everything like that. And when it comes to like adults and stuff, I always see them as like, damn, these are like old people and stuff. And even though I'm an adult myself, it's like
Yeah.
I don't see like in my mind, it's like doesn't register that sometimes I'm an adult. So now it was like so crazy because now it's like looking at this person and then looking at a few other classmates that I saw, or old classmates that I saw, and realizing that damn, we're just like I want to say we just we just we're just kids in adults' bodies basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So interesting.
It's such a funny way
Yeah.
of thinking about it because it is true. I
Yeah.
feel like I had to get everything
Hmm.
sorted out this year for a flat that I'm gonna live in for second year at university. And at this point, I gotta
Hmm.
choose like my bill provider for the fucking utilities, for the Wi-Fi. I gotta sign the contracts. It's the most adult feeling thing I think I've ever done.
Hey. Hmm.
But yeah,
How does it feel for you as well? Like that transition from like obviously like studies to now having to call the shots.
having to call the shots. I'm not sure that's really happening, but it feels pretty similar to school. I won't lie.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it feels pretty similar to school still, but
Hmm.
more relaxed really. School was very intense compared to university. University, I can
Hmm.
like if I wanted to, I can take a week off and go and do random shit.
Yeah.
I went and I just during a week of like a normal week of uni, I went and did a week long trip just visiting my friends at other universities, which was really good fun. And I just slept
Hmm.
on their floors and couches and everything. Went to some parties. It was good. I mean, their
That was
unis
lovely.
are not as fun for going out at night, so it was mainly just going there to see them. But it was still nice.
Yeah, that's pretty sick, and it also has some very nice memories too. It's
Yeah, 100%.
like it's like those things where it's like in the future when your friends meet up, it's like remember that time. It's like
Yeah. The big one
it's
I
like a
have for
story
that
time thing.
is after we finished our exams, in our friend group of 12 people, 10 of us went on this group holiday to Split in Croatia.
Oh, damn.
And it was like a week long holiday, just like a proper, like, just boys' holiday. But it was so fun.
Hmm.
Honestly, it was amazing. So when I see the photos from that pop up on my, like, Apple recommended photos on my home screen from time to time. And it's just little
Yeah.
moments, trips like that, I think, oh my god, that was brilliant.
Hmm. It's like streets will never forget types of moments.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty sick actually. Like I think being on UR2D2 and stuff has made me feel like damn. Like because shout out Manbeck out and Bishana and Mika. It's like we speak a lot about MBG and Mika in particular speak a lot about their experiences. And I realized yesterday as well, and I think even hearing what you said there, damn, I need to travel more. It's like you realize like there's so much more, or like there's so much more to this world than what you know. And it's like, damn, I gotta explore this too because this sounds sick.
Yeah. I mean, how often do you go outside South Africa?
I know I've never been outside my country.
Really? I guess it's a big country, right?
Yeah, it's a big country. I think, the furthest I've been is, let's say, the Free State and Eastern Cape. But beyond that, no, no, not really. Or from living memory, at least,
Yeah.
not really been like, not really had, I'm not really traveled necessarily. So I think maybe within my own province, I've like, I think, no, actually, I don't really have like anything to speak about yet. Yet is the key word, though.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's
Mm.
quite far to go to. Obviously, if you're traveling to the rest of Africa, maybe it's a bit closer, but flying anywhere else to a different continent, that's got to be minimum, 6 hours flying.
Mm.
So it's a tricky one. I feel very lucky being in Europe just because I can get a train or a flight for like an hour and a half and end up in lots of different places.
Like one moment you're in the UK, next moment
Yeah.
in Poland.
Well, literally, man, last summer I got a flight from Milan back to London for 13 euros. I mean, it's just crazy.
Holy.
Mm.
Wait, so do you like in those cases, do you usually have to like pass the borders and stuff, or?
Yeah, so it's just normal. You do passport control at the airport, go through the security, they check your passport. Obviously, between Europe and the UK now, it's a bit more difficult after we left the EU.
Yeah.
But I'm very lucky because my grandfather was German, which meant that I'm eligible for a German passport, so I could go into the EU as a German and come back to the UK as a Brit, if that makes sense, just on different passports.
Yeah, I see. I see. One day I need to actually start like firstly having a first flight,
Yeah,
and then secondly actually going and living out like these experiences because this sounds hella cool.
it's really good fun. I mean, and that's the amazing thing in Europe as well. I know why people come
Mm.
to Europe, like friends from Australia, lots of people I know from university come to Europe for like 6 months because once you're in Europe, you can go everywhere on a train or a short flight, and it costs you. I think me and my girlfriend were traveling for all of July, and we're going to 15 cities across Europe from like Berlin to Prague, Vienna, Krakow, and then all the way up to Tallinn in Estonia, Vilnius, Riga, all these places. And I think all in all, it costs us less than £200 for our 13 days of travel. When you compare that to um, like a flight from the UK to South Africa must be like £600. That's the
It's
crazy thing.
insane.
Yeah, that is the crazy thing.
It's insane, man. Wait, what's like been the best I want to say travel story for you from like I don't know, like what's been the best memory of a journey that you've taken through Europe?
Um, I'd say probably the craziest day that I had is when I was in Krakow last summer.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Is it flag?
No, more
Ah,
French.
Oh, Mr.
Fantony!
Tom, Anthony.
How are you, Fantony?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Oh man.
Watching
Very
F1
nice.
quali right now.
Yeah, same.
Hmm.
Make sure you watch the Ultimate Racing 2D 24 Hours of Le Mans in the background as well.
I'm gonna find the views. Wait, I genuinely let me put it up. But skip your UR2D. Already subscribed. I'm shit.
Good man.
Perfect.
Let's.
But my voice is live, no?
Yeah, you're famous now.
Indeed, it is. Actually, I need to go and eat. So I'm not sure when I will be back, but if I'm back, I shall see you a bit later, lads. And yeah, catch up soon.
See you around, yeah.
It's a
I should
family.
have delayed.
See you. What's a Toyota?
What's a Toyota? Yeah, no,
Alright,
badge
so
treasure. It's so far. Tommy,
so
what
the
do you think?
Ferrari is saving 6 pit stop. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, the race so far, at the start, like first 15 laps, the Ferrari, the AI gamble on the rain calls with Cado's new update, you know?
Yeah.
So basically, it gambled on a rain call, stayed out during a fake rain, and then didn't have to pit the second time. So it got like instantly a 30-second lead. Then for the first 3 hours of the race, the Ferrari on average was leading by about 50 to 60 seconds. At some points it was 30, at some points it was 90.
Yeah.
Um,
I saw you say at some point it went down to like P7, P8.
yeah, so we were literally hate watching for 3 hours. Literally me, Ewa, and Mark just praying it rained every time the Ferrari had just pitted. And then eventually, at 1 a.m. my time, the Toyota and the Genesis caught up to the Ferrari, and from 1 till 3 they had a very tight battle. And then at about 3 to 4 a.m. the Ferrari dropped back down to like 3rd, 4th position. Then by 4:30 a.m. the Ferrari was down in like 7th place, and it was crazy. I did one stream for the race start, which then crashed. So I did then another stream until like 4 a.m., which was about 6 hours. Then I did another stream overnight, but I used the lo-fi music girl, you know, the live stream with
Yes.
lo-fi music. Yeah, I used that, not realizing it
Yeah,
was
you got
copyright.
deleted.
Yeah, it just got
Yeah.
completely banned. So I got an actual copyright strike against my channel, which is also not ideal.
Wait, did you get a strike?
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah. Don't you get like the channel deleted after 3?
Yeah, luckily I got the strike removed because you just have to do a 7-question quiz and they removed the strike.
Okay.
But the issue is they sent me 2 warnings to take down the live stream with the copyrighted music while I was asleep. And then they took down the live stream for me because I was still asleep. But then, yeah. So by the time I woke up, the Ferrari was still in like 5th place. And then since 10:30 a.m., with it now being 3:30, the Ferrari made its way back up to 1st place. And then as for the others, the Toyota has always been in and around the lead. The Genesis the same. Cadillac was the big mover over the night. I think they were like P6 when I went to bed, and then they were P1 when I came back. And the BMW was...
They're getting lap now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they can still come back from this. The BMW is the really sad one, because they were literally like P1, P2 when I came back at 10:30 this morning, having been nowhere really overnight. Or actually it was really only at the very end, just as I turned off the live stream and went to bed at like 4 a.m. It was BMW and Peugeot were finally fighting for the podium, with it having literally just been Ferrari, Toyota, Genesis since like 20 minutes into the race. And now the Peugeot has dropped so far back, and the BMW has also dropped back. The Cadillac, I think, will still come back into it. Because look, they have an extra pit stop on these guys when you look at the tyre life. I say that, you'll see that in 30 seconds when it comes up on the live stream maybe, but...
Yeah.
Anyway. And I've got it set up cleverly so I can listen to the F1 without it coming up on the on the live stream, so I don't get another copyright strike. How's your day been, Tommy?
What did you say? Sorry?
I said, how's your day been?
It's been great. I've been, how do you say it already? Studying for the exam.
Oh,
like
shit.
3 for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh.
Apart from that, it's fine.
Is that
I've
the
been
only
playing a bit
exam
of
you
the
have?
25.
Or you have more exams after them?
I mean, I didn't do the race on F126. Didn't do because I'm doing a Bottas career mode.
Yeah.
So I'm at around Canada, and yeah, just I didn't bother to do the race. It's a wet start. I just crashed into Alonso and said, yeah, fuck that, I'll take 4.
Uh, that's so funny. I was actually going to do a Bottas career mode myself on Monday.
Oh, what the pit speed is that?
It's you see why they're a lap down now?
I see.
Yeah, I literally was about
Oh,
to start a Bottas
oh,
career
that's,
mode myself. Maybe I'll do Perez
oh,
instead
that's
now.
painful. And well, a YouTuber I'm watching also did the fuckless Bottas career mode. I don't know why everyone is choosing Bottas.
Yeah. I like Cadillac as a prospect though. New team, quite slow. I actually really like driving the backmarker team because that way when you get like P10, it's so rewarding.
I mean, maybe you didn't saw, but in like 1 or 2 races, I got absolute cinema. I actually led a lap,
Really?
which is crazy. Yeah, it was in Japan. So, okay, for context, Mark doesn't tell me to pit when there is a safety car. So I'm out with. Oh shit, I forgot. I think it was Russell, me second, and then Lindblad.
Mm.
And then during the the restart, I managed to jump Russell because I drained the whole battery, led 1 lap, and then I got overtaken 2-3 times. And after that, there was a red flag saving me the pit stop. So I ended up like I think it was 6,
Wow.
which is a crazy result.
That's a pretty
P6.
crazy result.
And then in Miami under the wet, double points, just crazy.
That is crazy.
Paris got P8, I got P9. Like both Ferrari died like 4 laps to go.
Wow.
Like I think
I
it was
heard the
Leclerc 4 laps
AI
to go and
is
Hamilton 2 laps to go.
the AI is way more fun to battle now, right? Like they make way more mistakes.
Yeah, they are doing more mistakes. They're just now the great thing is if they want to pass you, they can just pass you, you know.
Yeah.
Because F125 it was fine, but the moment you were ahead, you could basically park at every corner since I mean you were driving boats, so
Yeah.
it was not that way. But now the cars are more agile and they just go straight past.
That's really good. It's the biggest issue in the F1 games always
Yeah,
is AI not being able to overtake you because it just means that if you do a defensive strategy, you can hold them up so easily.
yep. I mean it still works, but it works way less than before.
Yeah.
'Cause,
But that's the thing, that's my least favorite thing. Like in the F1 game, you love starting behind where you should do. Although I heard the qualifying is bugged, right? Like you always qualify way lower than you race. Because the
Yeah.
AI used the boost for every second of the lap in qualifying.
Yeah, that's something I changed, you know. Like, I mean, you can't do it in a Grand Prix, I think, but in the career mode, like, you can, for the quali, you set the X difficulty, and for the race, you just bump it
Yeah.
by 2 or 3.
2 or
I've been
3,
doing
yeah?
that. It's pretty great. Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Okay.
I think for Canada, I was running 100 for the quali and 103 for the race.
Okay, that sounds good.
But yeah, the Toyota is catching though.
Yeah, he is. I'm genuinely really looking forward to the last like 2 hours, because that's the period in which if a driver is like a lap down with 2 hours to go, it's very
Okay.
difficult to see them coming back into it.
There's 6 hours left, right?
Yes, 7 hours left.
He said the funny.
Oh, you child. Toyota has damage though. I should have had damage on medium. I think if I
Yeah.
did this again, I'd do pit lane speed, I'd do 0.5 rather than 0.25, and I'd do damage on medium.
You put tire wear at 0.25, right?
Yeah, I did, which I would keep. I
Okay.
think that's a good level,
Yeah, that's nice.
because it's actually quite realistic that they have to pit every like 7 to 10 laps. This is how it works in real life, I think. Right, I'm gonna go for a quick break. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Who went out in Q2?
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so 11 Lindblad, then it is Bortoletto, Colapinto, Gasly, Berman, and Sainz.
Poor Gasly. I think Genesis could go and take the overall lead on this stint. Off the Ferrari. They're on the soft compound tyres. They've got about 8 seconds gap to the Ferrari on the hards. Slightly fresher tyre as well. Fun to me.
Yep.
Do you play, what assist do you use for the F1 game?
ABS.
Just ABS.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's the only thing I use.
Last year, I've not played F1 25 in ages. And the reason is I've been waiting so long for the thing that finally arrived on Friday at my house, but like 5 minutes after I left home, so I couldn't even pick it up and take it with me. Which is I finally have a RAM upgrade for my computer. So I will have 32 gigabytes once I install it. And the F1 game just does not run well on my current laptop with only 16 gigs of
Yeah.
RAM. I think it would run okay, but it's just slow and painful. It like takes 10 minutes to boot up, and then it's only 60 FPS when I play, and that's fine. But it's just not that enjoyable. Genesis getting beefed by the BMW for no particular reason. So much for taking the overall lead. Made up about 2 seconds. Yeah, the Ferrari is lapping faster on the hards. That is embarrassing. Leclerc! Oh, rain. Red flag.
But you might be in the future for me because I don't have a red flag any.
My bad.
My clock is at 9 minutes flat right now.
Yeah, give
What's
it
yours?
30 seconds.
No shit. On.
Toyota stays out during the rain.
Why is it always this guy?
Oh my god, it's the most Leclerc crash I've ever seen in my life. It's the most Leclerc crash I've ever seen in my entire life. It's literally like every single crash that he has. It's like Miami. It's like
Yeah,
Paul
the real
Ricard.
Steve's out, I guess.
Yeah. It's like Paul Ricard. This is a terrible, terrible strategy by Toyota. They tried to gamble staying out on old hards on a wet track. They have been duly punished for it. 16.57. Yeah, they're lapping multiple seconds slower per lap. And finally now it's drying up. But not in time for them to hold on even to second place. Genesis go through. Cadillac not a million miles behind. But they got some LMP2s to sort out. Garage 59 risking out on the mediums. I think Genesis have done well with the inters here. Good strategy call. Nicely done. Poor Leclerc. Yeah, very, very bad strategy from Toyota. I mean, they've only lost about maybe 10 seconds from it, to be fair. So maybe worth it. If they'd been able to get through the rain, they would have done very well. Good to know, Musa. I'm glad that Ferrari won. I think they'll probably win here as well, based off this. Yeah, there was a rain while you were gone, Musa. Toyota tried to firm it on the hards, but it didn't really work out for them, so they've dropped down to third behind Genesis now. Not the end of the world, though. They'll figure it out, I'm sure. and to me.
Yes.
Who do you think gets pole?
I don't know. Russell?
Yeah, I hear it.
But
it.
I'd prefer Hamilton. Just saying.
Oh, that would be amazing. But I don't think Ferrari have the pace for that. I think if Antonelli gets pole by like 3/10 here, it is certifiably over. Yeah, just under 6 hours left now. Oh. Musa, the answer is I quit UR2D about 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm doing this only as a fun throwback. There's a reason that nothing's been posted on my YouTube channel for 2 years. Apart from this. Caddy and Ferrari both in the pit lane. Ferrari pit and come out in the lead. That's the sign of a winner. Putting in decent lap times as well. Genesis 6 seconds back. Peugeot now right at the back of that hypercar class. United Autosports 6 laps clear of the competition. DKR another 4 laps clear of Duquesne. But then CLX not far behind. Into Europol about half a lap down. Algarve look out of it. Heart of Racing from last place now lead the LMGT3 class by over 2 laps. But then it's not super far back after that. Iron Lynx and Vista F Corsa share a lap. Vista F Corsa, Racing Team Turkey now just under a lap behind. Garage 59 over a lap behind, but then Proton actually in a good battle for last place. Just 8 seconds off the competitors ahead. Russell looking good.
Don't spoil me, you're ahead. Remember?
Yeah.
I might deafen, never mind. I'm deafening.
Oh no, don't. I won't spoil. Genesis into the lead of the race. Ferrari down into P2 now.
Interesting.
Quali finished for you or not yet?
Yeah,
What do you think? You were right, bro.
I had the vision.
You hit the vision and Hamilton P2 as well. I'm happy with that. That's a good front row because I don't think either of those drivers would be at all happy giving up their position to Antonelli. So Antonelli's going to need to get past either with good strategy or he's going to actually have to fucking overtake them, which is nice. Yeah, Toyota with a bit of damage. Still probably should have a couple laps on those hards. But you're right, they've got some damage now. Luckily, that's a very good place to get past traffic. They really love letting you by just as you enter the Mulsanne straight. Ferrari pit. Ooh, this is so tight. Cadillac just about through into third place. Obviously, they're on quite old hards, so it's not going to be super representative. But still puts them in that running, especially if they get some well-timed rain. They need to hold out on those hards, which are in better condition than Genesis and Toyota. I mean, they could even take the race lead if they really hold out. And Toyota are not looking that quick with the damage that they've picked up. 52.13 on that last lap. Only a little bit slower than the Genesis. But the Genesis on old hards as well. Cadillac has the Ferrari right up its shaft. Oh, and it's got double GT3. Yeah, slow lap for them there. Ferrari's going to cut through. Surely the Toyota coming in soon. Taking a lot of damage. Alpine giving it a bit of a beating. Genesis stays out. Surely the Toyota are in this lap. I think that level of damage, you're not staying out. Certainly is. They'll be down into 4th place as a result of this. Wow, the top 4 all in one sector of the track. Very, very tight. It's the tightest I've seen it, I think. About 6 seconds between Ferrari. Yeah, about 6 seconds between Ferrari as Cadillac now in first. Cadillac in first, wow. and Toyota and Ford. Caddy a bit of a outlier there. But rain now would make it interesting. Get a lot of battling.
Let's see ya, mate. See ya. Take care.
See ya.
Need a sunscreen that can protect and hydrate with 3 essential ceramides and MVE technology.
People keep asking, how do we actually get an AI agent on our team? Well,
Just as a heads up, if you want to come into the Discord voice chat, I'm streaming the actual 24 Hours of Le Mans on the Discord as well as streaming this one on YouTube. So come and watch if you fancy.
festival season, so great when you've got Boxy Mobile's unlimited data for social media.
Because you can see everyone's festival snaps and feel like you're there, even though you're not there.
Yeah, and it's only a tenner.
Unlimited data for social media on Boxy Mobile. Selected social apps in UK, T&Cs apply.
So 5. What even is that? How late is that? Jesus.
Some secrets can't stay hidden.
New Double Serum Foundation, our next generation hybrid serum foundation. With our unique double serum technology, visibly restores youthful radiance in one drop. Our new chapter in complexion. New Double Serum Foundation, only from Clarins.
Get more from your holiday with 2E. Get more splash with free on-site water parks and kids pools, and get more bliss with swim-up rooms and foodie-approved dining. You book it, 2E sort it. Click to explore more.
something shifted. And as she read, her thoughts rearranged. Explore your story.
What makes your teeth unique is what makes them hard to clean, especially with one of these. Oral-B IO's dentist-inspired round brush head adapts to each tooth and cleans where manual toothbrushes don't, for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
can't get away from your periods? Oh my gush moments? Now you can with new Always Smart Contour. It molds closer to you to absorb gushes 2 times faster.
Up to no gaps, no leaks, no worries.
Say goodbye, gush worries, with Always Smart Contour.
It has an authenticity card with it, a dust bag. One of the most popular. It started at 99p.
gives you more. More outfit choices with 20 kilograms of luggage included. More peace of mind with 24/7 support. You book it, TUI sort it. Click to explore more.
I'm loving Voxy Mobile's unlimited social media.
£10 a month for unlimited fun.
Tell you what I'm not loving. Unlimited seagulls. Ugh.
The fun never ends with unlimited data for social media on Voxy Mobile.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
first, she thought it was a coincidence. But turns out, community moves you. Quite literally. Explore your story.
Tired of long skincare routines? Meet Olay Super Routine. Just 3 steps for glowing, younger looking skin. Glow and go.
Hello. We are back. We are back, baby. We are back. We are watching the 24 hours of Le Mans. There's 288 minutes left to go. I am going to restart the event on Discord. See if we can get some people in to help commentate the final 5 hours or so. Hello, Mola. Mola, you on the Discord? So where did we leave things? Low audio? Huh. What do you mean low audio? Can we hear all right? Is everything a-okay? Ah, okay. Yeah, cool. That should be alright now. Pull chat back up. Right. Well. Let's do a run through. Toyota leads from Ferrari. Medium versus hard. The Genesis is in 3rd place. They've dropped well off the back of the pack now. In terms of the front two, they will need a bit of good fortune to reclaim that battle for the lead. Then we have a long way off now, the BMW. Looks like they are fully out of this battle. They are a full 4 laps behind our race leader. Sorry. Yeah, 4 laps. Aston Martin Thor just looking to keep that P6 over the Alpine team. But Peugeot actually have made some good inroads. They are only a few seconds behind Alpine. Alpine with a fair bit of damage at the moment actually. They should be coming in off those hards pretty soon. And then Toyota in to the pit lane, Alpine also in, Peugeot also in. So should get a pretty straight fight between those two for P7. Further down the pack, Duquesne looking pretty solid. nearly a lap ahead now of into Europol. CLX have really dropped off. And you can see it from the number of pit stops they've had to take. 7 extra versus Duquesne. They must have had some bad luck recently. I will probably commentate to the end now, yeah? Because there's only under 5 hours left. So I might not be speaking the whole time, but I'll see if I can get some people together in a voice channel. And then I'll probably restart the stream just for the final hour to build a bit more hype at the very end as well. So that will be fun. Yeah, Mola, I was asking, are you in the Discord server? You could join if you would like to. I can send you a link. Ferrari F Corsa. Still out in the lead. Toyota will undercut here with this medium tyre. Hertz Team Shota. Not too far off the back of Genesis, but they're just starting to spread out. The point where these front runners start getting 20-25 second gaps. That's a pit stop, which can obviously... One pit stop can be made back up by some bad rain timing, 2 pit stops by some fake rain. But we'll have to see. Apologies for the adverts and the music. There's the Ferrari, there's the Toyota. I mean, the Ferrari could get this, you know. It's going to be close on pit exit. It's going to be very close on pit exit. Because the Toyota's going to have the overspeed. Ferrari will have to crawl through those first couple of corners. And sure as you know it, the Toyota is right up to the back of the Ferrari, but crucially not in the overall lead of this race. Pretty close behind though. And the Genesis, yeah. I mean, they'd need an instant rain announcement to stand a good chance of getting back into this. And it doesn't look like they're going to get that. They will now be about 2 pit stops off the back of the fight for the lead. But what a fight for the lead we have. Ferrari, of course, and Toyota. 1,240 laps in. 19 hours completed. These two still going side by side, battling for the race lead. Imagine this coming down to the final lap. That would be really quite something. We'll just have to wait and see, as it were. Genesis goes through to unlap. Yeah. Gonna pull up the 24 hours for me to watch the real one. But keep the chat coming. Rain coming. Be interesting to see what our lead drivers do here. It's a fake rain, but it's a heavy fake rain. The Ferrari stayed out. Ferrari stayed out. Caddy stayed out. So they'll unlap themselves. This could be the Caddy back into the fight. Oh, or not. Oof. It looked like that was going to be an amazing strategy call for the Ferrari. As it is, that could well have handed the keys to the Toyota for the rest of this race. That Ferrari would have lost a fair bit of lap time. A couple seconds a lap versus a couple seconds a sector rather versus the Toyota. As we see the Toyota thundering around. I mean, it's worth the risk really from the Ferrari, because if it had gone back to dry and stayed dry, they would have saved themselves the entire pit stop. As it is, that's a less than ideal gap to now have to experience. But only about 5-6 seconds. Caddy comes out, cut further adrift from the pack than before. 20 seconds off the back of the Genesis now. Peugeot just came in for the fresh wets, they've dropped back from the Alpine. And the CLX actually fighting the Inter-Europol for that P4. They're going to stay out on the hards. I mean, you'd reckon they'd be shedding lap time. Yeah. Nearly 6 seconds on that last lap. Yeah, the CLX is not enjoying the lap time. I mean, look, they're not exactly at risk losing position to the Algarve. BMW. Into the pit lane. Onto the hards already. Toyota in, Ferrari in, but look at the gap between those two now. It's a lot bigger than it was. Genesis, be Caddy in last. Toyota leading in the real life race as well as in this one. Yeah, look at all the clean air behind the Cadillac. That BMW can let absolutely rip. It's just a shame that it's 2 laps down rather than just a straight down. But such is life. Very late pit off the Inters for the Garage 59 car. That will see them lose position to Racing Team Turkey, who, once ahead of their class, now find themselves last place in their class. Pretty embarrassing. It's not really what you want, that. Ferrari's made some gains though on that soft compound tyre. 1.4 seconds off the Toyota now. And yeah, the Genesis and the Caddy, I mean, look at that. There's that Caddy, which was leading the race, let's say, 2 hours ago. It's a lap and a half down, nearly, from that Toyota now. And yeah, the BMW still has that whole clear track in front of it. Won't run into any issues on this hard tyre stint until the car pits into the way of it. Soft's absolutely cooking. Look, there's the Ferrari, there's the Toyota, there's the lap down Genesis. 1, 2 and 3, all in the same frame. See if the Genesis can cause any issues to the first and second place cars. There's the Ferrari up the backside of the Toyota, through the final chicanes, down the start finish straight, nothing between them as they finish the 1,252nd lap of this race. Absolutely nothing between them. And Ferrari takes that lead in turn 1. It's going to put a lap on the Genesis, or will it? Genesis does fight back. Ferrari sends it into the grass though. And surely it won't provide too much. Well, Alpine has just unlapped itself. And that's not 1 lap difference to the Toyota. They are sharing the same piece of the track, but 6 laps apart. Hey Musa, how's your simulation? Who won? Toyota got past the Genesis and still not. Soft compound tyres still holding off the hards, and actually this is hurting the Toyota when it comes to the race lead. The Aston Martin, which itself is 5 laps down on this Toyota, it's giving it a bit of trouble. And it's going to unlap itself too on those medium compound tyres. Peugeot won in your sim, interesting. I remember when that Peugeot won in my sim. Feels like a very long time ago now.
Hey Skip.
Hello, is that Matty?
Yes, it's Matti.
How are you, Matty?
I'm great. Glad to see that it's still going.
Yes, it is still going. Just about. We have some loyal people watching.
Great. Really good to see that. Also, it's really funny to me how some teams have like 172 pit stops and one has 191.
Yeah.
Like 19 more pit stops. That's insane.
I'm not sure what the Algar Pro Racing team have been up to. They have not really looked like a pro racing team today. I think they've been stuck to the back of that LMP2 class for most of the time that I've been simulating this. The LMP2 I think is the least variable class. I mean, look at the gaps. So the leader of LMP2 is this car on lap 1220. Second place, 6 laps down. Third place, another 6 laps down. Fourth place,
Wow.
a lap down. Fifth place on the same lap.
Why is this class so dominant? Why is this class so unequal?
It's an interesting question. I think it genuinely... This happened like when I simulated it 3 years ago as well. I think it's just a case of being in the middle that... I don't know, it must just be something. Because look, the back is always very close. I mean, that is the Racing Team Turkey car. There is the Garage 59 just 3 seconds behind it. And even then, look, 17 seconds is half a pit stop. 33 seconds is a pit stop. That's 2 pit stops. So the entire... apart from the leader of LMGT3, the entire LMGT3 class you could realistically see switch around, but the LMP2, other than occasionally a battle for the podium, has been pretty hard set in the positions they're in.
Yeah. It's still kind of unbelievable that even though they've been racing for over 1,000 laps, the gap between the leader and the second car was just 3 seconds before, of course, I pitted.
It's so funny
And that,
because...
of course, somehow has 5 less pit stops than Toyota.
Yeah.
If they had the same amount of pit stops, they would have been like 4th or 5th.
It is crazy when you consider, to begin with, for the first 3 hours, the Ferrari of course was like 1 minute clear of the entire pack. The whole time. Literally the whole time.
Yeah, I said that.
And so...
I have no idea how they bottled this.
It's crazy. They literally went from being like 1 AM, 12 midnight or 1 AM my time, they were like a minute clear, and then by like 4:30 AM, 4.5 hours it took them to fall from like a lap clear of the field to like 7th place, 2 laps behind the leader. They lost about 3 minutes. Which I guess over 4 hours doesn't seem that much, but it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Face reveal where?
Still, they massively bottled. Did you keep the try which crashed out when we talked yesterday, or is this like a new race?
This is the same race.
Oh, that's the same race. Yeah,
Hello.
it's still unbelievable that they bottled that lead.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now I feel like it's between Toyota and Ferrari. They might be pretty close at the end. The Cadillac is almost a lap behind.
Mm.
But who knows? One good rain call and you just licked your face.
Yes.
Was that on purpose or not?
Yes.
Because I suddenly got a skip jump scare on my screen while watching the Toyota.
Yes, it's interesting. I still think the Cadillac and the Genesis will be able to come back.
We'll see.
We will see. But I've seen cars from further behind come back into it. How's your day been, Matty? What have you been up
like
to?
4 hours to go, right?
Yeah, 4 hours.
There's still... Yeah. Then anything is possible.
Exactly. How's your day been?
Pretty cool. I haven't been doing much. Cleaned my room, did some studies, and overall just chilled out after a difficult week.
Yeah, that's nice. Lots of work this week.
Yeah. Next week I'll have to like work for 1 day, and in the rest of the week I can slack off.
Nice. That's what you want to hear.
Yeah, but that one inevitable day, which is probably the last hard day of this school year, feels like holy moly, I don't want to do this so much. Why do I have to do this?
Is it exams or what is it?
June. Some tests to improve my grades.
Nice.
How about you?
Yeah, no, my university stuff finished like ages ago now. Like not end of June. Late June. So I've just been not doing much, which is why I'm doing a 24-hour simulated race on Ultimate Racing 2D2.
You're probably one of the most creative people I know when it comes to dealing with boredom.
It's not that creative because I've done this before.
Still, there's like nobody. When I joined the server, I didn't think that anybody would be crazy enough to do this.
Yeah, let alone twice. This
Yeah.
time it's been even crazier though, because last time it was... I didn't record most of it. I did a time lapse of the overnight thing. But this time most of it has been live streamed. There's been like a few minutes here and there between streams where I've not had it going. But the most annoying thing is that overnight it was supposed to be live streamed the whole time. And then it got taken down by a copyright strike. So that was not ideal.
Yeah.
Not really what you want. But such is life. What can you do about it?
Yeah. Yeah, shit happens.
Exactly. Shit happens and then we die.
Yeah. That's life.
Toyota just 3 seconds behind. Go on, Matthew.
But they have fresher tires, so I feel like they will catch up.
I think so. Fresher, softer tyre. Look at this battle for last place.
Also considering... Oh, yeah, the Garage 59 has been fighting the Racing Team Turkey for quite a while now.
Yeah, I think the game must have this built in, because last time it was the same. It was like the front pack were all fighting, the middle pack were hundreds of seconds apart, and then the final two were just swapping positions the entire time.
Yeah, many stuff from this game is really unexplainable.
Yeah. Here's the Racing Team Turkey. They were first in their class, they're now last in their class, looking to overtake the Garage 59. Oh, they both got onto the grass there. That's pretty...
Yes, they definitely do, and I'm definitely seeing that.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that the stream's 30-second delay for you. You'll see it eventually.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna see the grass now. I think I'm gonna see them going into the grass now. No, not yet, but Racing Team Turkey overtook Garage 59 on my POV.
Yeah. Toyota closing on the Ferrari, just a couple seconds behind now.
They will definitely catch up, especially considering how quick Ferrari was catching when Toyota had all their tires.
Completely. Yeah, I mean, Musa, I consider doing the...
Cadillac also lost a bit of time.
I consider doing the 24 hours of Spa, because that's in 2 weeks' time as well. But I think for that, I'd probably do less commentary. Or I would have a more organised thing where I'd have more people in the VC who could commentate while I'm not here. Because for this one, it's been fine. But for a lot of it, I'm just sort of sat here by myself, just talking.
Yeah. If you'll be doing this, then you can always call me up.
Yeah, I will.
I'm not a great commentator, but ever since yesterday, I really wanted to read some of Pantadeusz on a 24-hour race.
Oh yeah.
It's basically probably the most famous Polish book of all time.
Oh yeah. What's it about?
Which is called... Wait, I'm gonna translate it. It's considered a Polish national epic. In Polish, Polska epopeja narodowa, but I don't know how to translate it normally, so I just use the Google Translator.
That's pretty
Would
cool.
you like to listen to some Pantadeusz?
Give me a little taster of it, yeah.
Alright. Wait, give me a sec, I need to open up.
Interesting to see the first place Ferrari lap the last place Garage 59, and it was 101 laps ahead. That's something you don't see every day.
Wait, so it's basically like 8-9% 8-9% race behind the leader?
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. It probably, if it was F1, it wouldn't be classified as a finisher because it wouldn't be within 10%.
Yeah. It might actually fall out of the 10% by the end, but we'll see because there's still 4 hours to go.
There is still 4 rounds to
So
go.
right now,
That's
wanna hear some.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing better to do.
Absolutely non-existent. We just keep interrupting each other.
Nothing better to do, so go on.
Yeah, hi Crank. Hi Crank. He didn't even say hi. That was mean.
Yeah, that's poor form from Crunky.
Yeah, F Crank. Also, wanna hear some Pantadeusz?
You've asked this quite a few times. I have said yes.
Alright, nice. I was just waiting for the right moment. Litwo, ojczyzno moja, ty jesteś jak zdrowie. Ile cię trzeba cenić, ten tylko się dowie, kto cię stracił. Dziś piękność twą w całej ozdobie widzę i opisuję, bo tęsknię po tobie. Panno święta, co jasnej bronisz Częstochowy i w ostrej świecisz bramie. Ty co gród zamkowy nowogródzki osłaniasz z jego wiernym ludem. Jak mnie dziecko do zdrowia powróciłaś cudem, gdy od począcej matki pod twoją opiekę ofiarowany martwą podniosłem powiekę. I zaraz mogłem pieszo do twych świątyń progu iść, zawrócone życie podziękować Bogu. Tak nas powrócisz cudem na ojczyzny łono. Tymczasem przenoś moją duszę tęsknioną do tych pagórków leśnych, do tych łąk zielonych. Szeroko nad błękitnym niebem rozciągnionych. Do tych pól malowanych zbożem rozmaitem, wyzłacanych pszenicą, posrebrzanych żytem. Gdzie bursztynowy świeżo gryka jak śnieg biała, gdzie panieńskim rumieńcem dziecięcina pała, a wszystko przepasane jakby wstęgą, miedzią zieloną, na nic rzadka ciche grusze siedzą. Wśród takich pól sprzed laty nad brzegiem ryczaju, na pagórku niewielkim we brzozowym gaju, stał dwór szlachecki, z drzewa lecz podmurowany, świeciły z daleka pobielane ściany. Tym bielsze, że odbite od ciemnej zieleni, topoli, co go bronią od wiatrów jesieni. Dom mieszkalny niewielki, lecz zewsząd chędogi. I stodołę miał wielką, i przy niej 3 stogi, urządku, co pod strzechą zmieścić się nie może. Widać, że okolica obfita we zboże. Widać, że z liczby kopic, co wzdłuż i wszerz smugów, świecą często, gęsto jak gwiazdy, widać z liczb pługów. Orzących wcześnie łany ogromne u góru, czarnozieme, zapewne należenne do dworu. Uprawne dobrze na kształt ogrodowych grządek, że w tym domu dostatek mieszka i porządek. Brama ma wciąż otwarta przechodniom ogłasza, że gościnna i wszystkich w gościnę zaprasza. Właśnie dwukonną bryczką wjechał młody panek i obległszy dziedziniec zawrócił sprzed ganek. Wysiadł z powozu, konie porzucone same, szczypiąc trawę, ciągnęły powoli pod bramę. We dworze pusto, bo drzwi od ganku zamknięto. Za szczepkami i kółkiem zaszczepki przytknięto. Podróżny do folwarku nie biegł sług zapytać, odemknąć wbiegł do domu, pragnąc go powitać. Dawno domu nie widział, bo w dalekim mieście. Kończył nauki, końca doczekał nareszcie. Biega i oknem chciwie ściany starodawne. Ogląda czule, jako swe znajome dawne. Też same widzi sprzęty, też same odbicia, z którymi się zabawić lubił od pobicia. Lecz mniej wielkie, mniej piękne niż dawniej zdały. I też same portrety na ścianach wisiały. Tu Kościuszko w czamarce krakowskiej z oczyma podwiesionymi w niebo. Miecz obącz trzyma jak Bolko drugi mały. Takie było, gdy przysięgał na stopniach ołtarzów, że tym mieczem wypędzi z Polski 3 mocarzów. Albo sam na nim padnie, dalej w polskiej sianie. Siedzi Rejtan, żałosny po wolności stracie, a w ręku trzyma nóż, ostrzem zwróconym do łona. Przed nim leży Fedon i żywot Katona, dalej jakiś Prusak, młodzian piękny i posępny, obok Korsak, towarzysz jego nieodstępny. I martwy Rosjan i Austrian dalej leżą, przypisując ich losy po zaborach krańcu. I gdy pierwsza wojna światowa końca dobiegnie. That's it. I'm not gonna read more. I feel like you've got the hang of it
Where
right
did
now.
you finish? Where did you finish? Where did you finish?
At the end of the second page.
Stojąc na szańcach Pragi, na stosach Moskali, pękając drogę, Praga jeszcze w chłopach. Nawet stary stojący zegar naturalkowy
toratowy, w drewnianej szafie po niścialką. I z dziecinną radością pociągnął za sznurek, by stary dobrostek usłyszeć mazurek. Biegał po całym domu i szukał komnaty, gdzie mieszkał dzieckiem będąc przed 10 laty. Chodzi, cofnął się, toczył zdumione źrenice po ścianach w tej komnacie. Mieszkanie kobiece. Któż by tu mieszkał? Stary stryj nie był żonaty, a ciotka w Petersburgu mieszkała przed laty. To nie był od mistrzyni pokój, fortepiano, na nim był noty i książki. Wszystko porzucano niedbale i bezładnie, nieporządek były. Nie stare były rączki, co je tak rzuciły. Też i sukienka biała, świeżo z kołka zdjęta, do ubrania na krzesła poręczu rozpięta. I na oknach godonice z pachnącymi ziołki, geranium, lew, konija, astry i fiołki. Podróżny stanął w jednym z okien. Nowe dziwo, w sadzie na brzegu, niegdyś zarosłym pokrzywą, był maleńki ogródek, ścieżkami pożnięty, pełen bukietów trawy angielskiej i mięty. Drewniany, drobny, cyfrę powiązany.
Dobry wieczór.
Połyskał się książkami jaskrawych stokrotek. Grządki widać, że były świeżo polewane, tuż stało wody pełne naczynie blaszane. A nigdzie nie widać było ogrodniczki, tylko co wyszła, jeszcze kołyszą się drzwiczki. Świeżo trącone, blisko drzwi ślad, widać nóżki na piasku. Bez trzewika była i pończoszki. Na piasku drobnym, suchym, białym na kształt śniegu, ślad wyraźny, lecz lekki, odgadniesz, że w biegu chybkim był zostawiony nóżkami drobnymi od kogoś, co zaledwie dotykał się ziemi. Podróżny długo w oknie stał patrząc, dumając, wonnymi powiekami kwiatów oddychając. Oblicze aż na krzaki fiołkowe skłonił, oczyma ciekawymi po drożynach gonił i znowu je na drobnych śladach zatrzymywał, myślał o nich i czyje były, odgadywał.
Anything else?
Very good.
Kinda like that
Nie
story.
skończyłeś.
A skończyłem trzecią stronę całą.
Okej, dobra, to zabiegamy się co dwie strony.
Dobra. Stała moda jeszcze na tam.
I gotta say, I think the way Matty read it made it sound very Italian.
What?
In a weird way.
One thing, fuck you Jeruni, it's Polish.
Mamma mia, come on, what the fuck have I done?
Oh, it's not an
The
insult.
stream.
It's a
Why
compliment.
is there a different stream from 5 hours long?
Come on, why do I sound Italian?
I end it from time to time so that YouTube saves the VOD. Otherwise, it's too long.
Ah, I see.
Mati, co jeśli zaśpiewam... Mati, what if we sing the Polish anthem?
Gee.
The old Polish anthem.
What, Polish cow?
Not this one. Not this.
Zgadzica.
Please no.
Holy
No,
fuck, we
Oh,
got a
no,
face.
wait, it's copyrighted, fuck.
If
Why
you
is the
sing it,
Polish anthem? Wait, no.
Copyrighted.
Why is the Polish anthem copyrighted?
Officially, every anthem is Polish. Every
Every anthem is Polish.
Yes, every anthem is Polish anthem, right, Polak, I agree.
No, I meant every anthem is public domain, but the different plays of it are copyrighted.
But if you sing it, then it's not copyrighted, as long as there's no background music.
Jeszcze Polska nie zginęła.
Ja pierdolę.
Na bokca.
This is not very good.
Wait, how long is the race still? Like 4 hours?
Yeah, just over 4 hours.
Marsz, marsz Dąbrowski, z ziemi włoskiej do Polski, za twoim przewodem złączym się z narodem. Przejdzie Wisłę, przejdzie Watrę, będzie Polakami. Dał nam przykład Bonaparte, jak zwyciężać mamy. Marsz,
Marsz Dąbrowski, z ziemi włoskiej do Polski.
za twoim przewodem złączym się z narodem.
Jebać kurwy dziw. Elo.
And this. Alright, I can hear you clearly, because fuck. Okay.
przed nim zaborem, dla ojczyzny ratowania, rzucił się przez morze. Marsz, marsz do
Yeah, Polak's
Rosji,
pretty good.
ziemi włoskiej do Polski, za twoim przewodem złączył się z narodem i już trwał Rosji. Z ziemi włoskiej do Polski, za twoim przewodem złączył się z narodem. Już tam ojciec do swej baśni mówi zapłakany. Słuchaj jeno, bo nasi biją tarawany. Do Rosji, ziemi włoskiej do Polski, za twoim przewodem złączył się z narodem. Dobra, za chwilę przyda.
Idziemy na jednego, a teraz idziemy wódkę pić. A teraz idziemy na jednego,
Ozzy,
a
shut the
teraz
fuck up.
idziemy wódkę pić. Ole!
Ozzy, no.
I feel like we should exterminate him from the country for interrupting the anthem.
Agreed.
How long is the fucking
Stop what
anthem?
you
Because
think.
that was going on for about 5 minutes.
It's official Polish anthem has four
Verses. Yeah.
Four verses plus chorus. Manberg Goat. I finished the music school with gratitude. So yeah, that's why I know how to sing.
Very, very good
I
singing,
finished the
Polak.
music school out of my ass.
Well done, Matty.
And the
I'm
only
proud of
weapons
you,
I
bro.
can play in are nerves.
Ej, zaśpiewaj mi disco polo.
To Ozzy.
To Ozzy.
It's his specialty. Ozzy can sing it.
Yeah.
We did that job.
Right. Anyway.
Okej, wiecie co? To teraz przeczytamy Biblię po polsku.
We're gonna read the Bible in Polish now.
Okay.
Czekaj, ja przeczytam. Księga...
Can you take turns rather than reading it together? Otherwise the
Yeah,
delay
we
kind
will
of kills me.
Po rozdziałach, okej? Po rozdziałach.
Okej.
Na początku Bóg stworzył niebo i ziemię. Ziemia zaś była bez ładu i pustkowi. Ciemność była nad powierzchnią bezmiaru wody, a Duch Boży unurzył się nad wodami. Wtedy Bóg rzekł: niechaj stanie się światłość. I stała się światłość. Bóg, widząc, że światłość jest dobra, oddzieli ją od ciemności. I nazwał Bóg światłość dniem, a ciemność nazwał nocą. I tak upłynął wieczór i poranek. Dzień pierwszy. A potem Bóg rzekł: niechaj powstanie sklepienie w środku wód, niechaj ono oddzieli jedne wody od drugich. Uczyniwszy to sklepienie, Bóg oddzielił wody pod sklepieniem od wód ponad sklepieniem. A gdy tak się stało, Bóg nazwał to sklepienie niebem. I tak upłynął wieczór i poranek. Dzień drugi. A potem Bóg rzekł: niechaj zbiorą się wody spod nieba w jedno miejsce, niech się ukaże powierzchnia sucha. A gdy tak się stało, Bóg nazwał tą suchą powierzchnię ziemią, a zbiorowisko wód nazwał morzem. Bóg, widząc, że były dobre, rzekł: niechaj ziemia wyda rośliny zielone, trawy dające nasiona, drzewa owocowe rodzące na ziemi według swego gatunku owoce, których są nasiona. I tak się stało. Ziemia wydała rośliny zielone, trawę dającą nasienie według swego gatunku i drzewa rodzące owoce, w których było nasienie według ich gatunku. A Bóg widział, że były dobre. I tak upłynął wieczór i poranek. Dzień trzeci. A potem Bóg rzekł: niechaj powstaną ciała niebieskie, świecące na sklepieniu nieba, aby oddzielały dzień od nocy, aby wyznaczały pory roku, dni i lata. I były one ciałami jaśniejącymi na sklepieniu nieba, aby świeciły nad ziemią. I stało się tak. Bóg uczynił dwa duże światła jaśniejące. Większe, aby rządziło dniem, i mniejsze, aby rządziło nocą oraz gwiazdy. I umieścił je Bóg na sklepieniu nieba, aby świeciły nad ziemią, aby rządziły dniem i nocą i oddzielały światłość od ciemności. A widział Bóg, że były dobre. I tak upłynął wieczór i poranek. Dzień czwarty. Potem Bóg rzekł: Niechaj się zaroją wody od roju istot żywych, a ptactwo niechaj lata nad ziemią, pod sklepieniem nieba. I tak Bóg stworzył wielkie potwory morskie i wszelkiego rodzaju pływające istoty żywe, w którym zaroiły się wody, oraz wszelkie ptactwo skrzydlate różnego rodzaju. Bóg, widząc, że były dobre, pobłogosławił je tymi słowami. Bądźcie płodne i mnóżcie się, abyście zapełniały wody morskie, a ptactwo niechaj się rozmnaża na ziemi. I tak upłynął wieczór i poranek. Dzień 5. Potem Bóg rzekł: niechaj ziemia wyda istoty żywe różnego rodzaju, bydło, zwierzęta pełzające i dzikie zwierzęta według ich rodzaju. I stało się tak. Bóg uczynił różne rodzaje dzikich zwierząt, bydła i wszelkich zwierząt pełzających po ziemi. I widział Bóg, że były dobre. A wreszcie rzekł Bóg: uczyńmy człowieka na nasz obraz, podobnego nam. Niech panuje nad rybami morskimi, nad ptactwem powietrznym, nad bydłem, nad ziemią i nad wszystkimi zwierzętami pełzającymi po ziemi. Stworzył więc Bóg człowieka na swój obraz. Na obraz Boży go stworzył. Więc stworzył mężczyznę i niewiastę. Po czym Bóg im pobłogosławił, mówiąc do nich: bądźcie płodni i rozmnażajcie się, abyście zaludnili ziemię i uczynili ją sobie podanną, abyście panowali nad rybami morskimi, nad ptactwem powietrznym i nad wszystkimi zwierzętami pełzającymi po ziemi. I rzekł Bóg: oto wam daję wszelką roślinę przynoszącą ziarno po całej ziemi i wszelkie drzewo, którego owoc ma w sobie nasienie. Dla was będą one pokarmem. A dla wszelkiego zwierzęcia polnego i dla wszelkiego ptactwa w powietrzu i dla wszystkiego, co się porusza po ziemi i ma w sobie pierwiastek życia, będzie pokarmem wszelka trawa zielona. I stało się tak. A Bóg widział, że wszystko, co uczynił, było bardzo dobre. I tak upłynął wieczór i poranek. Dzień 6.
W ten sposób zostało ukończone niebo i ziemia oraz wszystkie jej zastępy stworzeń. A gdy Bóg ukończył w dniu 6 swe dzieło, nad którym pracował, odpoczął dnia 7 po całym swym trudzie, jaki podjął. Wtedy Bóg pobłogosławił ów 7 dzień i uczynił go świętym. W tym bowiem dniu odpoczął po całej swej pracy, którą wykonał, stwarzając. Oto są dzieje początków po stworzeniu nieba i ziemi. Drugi opis stworzenia człowieka. Gdy Pan Bóg uczynił ziemię i niebo, nie było jeszcze żadnego krzewu polnego na ziemi, ani żadna trawa polna jeszcze nie wzeszła, bo Pan Bóg nie zsyłał deszczu na ziemię i nie było człowieka, który by uprawiał ziemię.
Sorry, Matty, I'm just going to cut you off for 1 second. We have a fake rain that's just come in. The Ferrari and the Genesis had, sorry, I feel like I have to commentate sometimes. The Ferrari and the Genesis came into the pit lane, the Cadillac came into the pit lane, the BMW stayed out, the Toyota stayed out. Ferrari and Toyota were about 3 seconds apart before the pit stop. This is going to be a big loss.
How we doing?
This could be it for Toyota. BMW, I think, are too far back to actually be able to come into the race in any proper effect. Cadillac just pitted for Inters, despite the track now being dry. Which is a very strange call unless the rain instantly comes back. But if not, then Toyota will re-establish the minute-long lead, which is the biggest lead that we've seen since Ferrari 3 hours into the race. What a lead that was. And no, the weather will stay dry. The Ferrari AF Corsa will have taken 2 pit stops for no particular reason, as the Toyota speeds off out of Indianapolis corner. The Ferrari AF Corsa comes into the pit lane and runs a decent risk of going a lap down to the race leader here. We had the top 4 separated by about 10 seconds, maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. And now, Toyota look like this is a historic moment. They will lap second place Ferrari. Oh, in the lead of this race, of course, it's not quite as bad as it may seem, because they'll have to come in for the pit stop very shortly off those old hard compound tyres. But for the moment, take a look at that. Take it in, because we have seen a 57-second lead be re-established, more than a lap lead be established in this race. And that may well seriously dent Ferrari's chances. I think I would have had them down as the favourites maybe even 10 minutes ago. But now, they find themselves a very long way back, and it is terrible news for the likes of Genesis and Cadillac as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But it very much has closed up the fight for the podium in LMP2. front three, literally 5 laps each apart. But then Duquesne just 5 seconds ahead of into Europol themselves, 3 seconds ahead of CLX. That'll be a good fight to watch to the end. Podium for LMGT3. Vista AF Corsa slowly but surely being closed in on by the Proton competition car. And then obviously the never-ending battle between the Garage 59 and the Racing Team Turkey. Right at the back, the Toyota comes out of the pit lane, but will still have a very, very solid 30-second-ish lead. Oh, and then the rain comes back. Oh my goodness, could you imagine if the rain had come half a minute earlier, it would have locked in, cemented a 1 minute lead for the Toyota team. That would have been a free pit stop for them, going straight from that old hard to the fresh wet tyre. As it is, they have just about managed to not benefit from that, but that really could have been game over. Oh, and it's a fake rain as well. And the Ferrari, of course, are in again. Oh my god. Could we see Ferrari, of course, take 4 unnecessary pit stops in the span of just 7 laps? That would be absurd. The Toyota is still out on the hards. It will stay out on the hards. It is no longer raining here at the Circuit de la Sarde. Ferrari, of course, are out of the pit lane now on the wet weather tyres. It will still be wet for the time being. Oh! And the Toyota, their call maybe not the right one after all. The heavy rain is fully coming back now. And you'd expect the Ferrari to be able to unlap themselves before the Toyota heads into the pit lane. This is free time gain for the Ferrari. Look at it tearing down the straight, sending it into the chicane. Oh my goodness, what a move that was. CLX Motorsport car getting absolutely twatted out of the way. But the Ferrari is able to just absolutely speed past down the main straight. That is a fantastic, fantastic bit of news for them, because if not for that, my goodness, they would have been a very, very long way behind at the moment. The Cadillac Hut Team Jota, it looked like they were back in that fight for the podium, taking that off the Genesis. If it had stayed dry, it would have been. As it is, they have to come into the pit lane. They will fall back into their orderly 4th place. The Toyota still out there on the hards. They didn't come in again. That's shocking. They've actually gambled away. They would still be able to pit and come out ahead of the Ferrari. But as it is, and when you look at their sector times, I don't suppose that Toyota... Okay, how is it only going a 10th slower? That doesn't make any sense. Right, whatever. Point being, it doesn't make that much sense for the Toyota to stay out. Surely they can see it's very heavy rain. Even if they pitted for wets now, they'd still get a good few laps use out of it. There's not been any clouds being announced just yet. My oh my. Still going to keep on raining at less intensity. But that
Can I
is...
interrupt you for a bit, Skip?
Yeah, what's up?
I feel like I know the reason why the Toyota hasn't pitted.
Yes?
Ever since the last bug fixes in the UR2D, a weird bug has pitted where a car or two would just not pit in full weather conditions. It also happened in Polak simulation, so now we have the confirmation that it's just a new bug. And in comparison to the cars in Polak simulation, which stayed out through the whole rain, the Toyota has interestingly enough pitted, but they still might lose the lead.
Well, I think that might be the new feature with the rain gamble. I mean, that's what I would think.
You have turned it on? You have turned it on?
Yeah, I've got it on.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe, but still, shouldn't they pit with full rain?
Maybe, but sometimes if it's raining, they'll take their chances to think if it starts drying out the next lap, then they'll stay out until it's fully dry. But obviously, it just only got wetter. Yeah. This has actually been the longest period of rain. We've not had any rain really in the last 2 hours. It's been the longest period of rain now. It's lasted at least, I want to say 10 minutes it's been going on now for.
Our Polish Bible has brought the rain in.
The Polish Bible can return as soon as the track is dried up and they go back to normal strategies. Don't you worry about that.
Great.
But yeah, what could have been, honestly, that Toyota, that could have been the early Ferrari-esque 90-second lead had it been 2 unnecessary stops for Ferrari in the fake rain. That would have been an enormous, enormous advantage for the Toyota. And look, the rain's still going to keep on going. My goodness. You actually think Toyota will be reaping some benefit just by pitting later onto the wets now, because some of these cars' wets, not that worn out, but they will be worn out by the time that the rain is finished. I mean, that's pretty impressive. The Iron Lynx in P16, obviously they have quite the buffer behind, but the intermediate is not the right tyre for these particular conditions. When you look at their lap time, 57.63, they are going over a second a lap slower than their competition. The Inter, not the tyre for the moment. But as it stands, yeah, the Toyota and the Ferrari, that could have been an almost, surely at this stage, race-ending minute-and-a-half gap for the race leader. As it is, it's not out of the question just yet. The Ferrari still will feel hard done by to be 20 seconds back when they were so tight, battling just 3 seconds away from each other. Fell to about 35 seconds behind, but then the Toyota's gamble of the hards and the full wet conditions lost it a few seconds a lap on raw pace, to the point where Ferrari is now back within that 20 seconds. It's going to take a big bit of gambling from Genesis and Cadillac to get back into this fight for the race lead as well, but the track is now drying out, and so we'll just stay with the commentary until we have a fully dry track. We still see a good fight for the podium here. Duquesne holding down that P3 spot, in fact just unlapping themselves, so that they're only just under 5 laps down from the DKR car in front. But crucially, into Europol, not too far behind, 8 seconds behind them. CLX a further 6 seconds back, and then we have still that battle for P5 and P6, aka last place overall and second last place overall. In the LMGT3, Garage 59, McLaren is the first car in for slick tyres after this particular set of rain. We'll see where our race leaders are. The Ferrari is halfway around the lap. The Toyota stuck behind an Iron Lynx here. Still quite stuck behind the Iron Lynx actually. We lost a couple tenths there. They'll be in to the pit lane now. This will be a very good time if you're a Ferrari fan to hope that the rain comes back again, because Toyota will be in for these tyres a good 20 seconds before Ferrari will enter the pit lane. But it looks like it's going to stay dry here. Caddy gone for a hard stint. They're going to need some real stints to get back into this, considering they are that far down. They are, yeah, it's not looking good. They're 2 laps down on the race leaders now. It's going to be a real hard slog to get back into contention for the race win, but they did it once overnight. They came from P6, P7 all the way to P1. We'll have to see if they can do it now. Toyota out on the soft, as is the Ferrari, as is the Genesis, but nearly a lap down on its competitors. Gone are the days of Genesis wielding that 30-second lead that it had once upon a time. It is now 43 seconds down on the second place car, and about a minute down and a lap behind our race leader. Caddy might close them down. Genesis will probably drop behind Caddy when they come into the pit lane through virtue of Caddy going longer on the hards. BMW would be, I'd be shocked to not see them finish 5th at this point. They are a minute and a half away from literally anybody on pace. 2 laps ahead, 2 laps behind. Alpine look like they've dropped off the back of the Aston. They could have provided a bit of a challenge, but it is now the 2 French manufacturers, Alpine v Peugeot, for 7th and 8th. United Autosport still absolutely dominating their class. 5 laps clear. DKR who get a face full of LMGT3 Iron Lynx. They're 5 laps clear of Duquesne, but Duquesne will have to watch out for Inter Europol and CLX in that battle for the podium. Further down, Vista of course still have to keep one eye behind them. Bad bit of pit strategy will see them lose position to Proton, who themselves are not that far ahead of Garage 59, who themselves are not that far ahead of Racing Team Turkey. We have 3rd through 6th in this LMGT3 battle, separated by not that much actually, all of them on lap 1195. And they are just over 100 laps behind our race leading Toyota. Poles, it's back to you.
You know what? Soon we're going to be seeing our first 200 stops. Well, it's the first team to make 200 stops, especially if these clouds actually translate into potential rain. But I think especially with like 3 hours and maybe about almost like 45 minutes left, 45, 50 minutes left in between that. I think BMW still has a chance if the gambles actually go as planned, especially with how we've seen, for example, Ferrari go from being like 3 or 4 laps ahead of them to suddenly being behind them at some point. So I'm just wondering what the threshold is for for each car to sort of be within range, as rain is set to fall, and I do wonder who's going to take the gamble or who's going to stay out. Skip, what do you see on your screen currently?
Well, currently, a little bit ahead of the voice chat, I see that Toyota have gambled. They've stayed out during this rain. And Ferrari, of course, are into the pit lane. I think with Toyota, they are playing it exactly right. Because if you have a 20-second buffer, that is 4 laps of running on the wrong tyre that you could get away with. So it is so worth them staying out for an extra lap every time the rain comes, just to make sure that they don't get baited out by a fake rain. I've seen the Ferrari pit crew will be telling their drivers to pit opposite the Toyotas, and that seems to be happening. And the Ferraris were 18 seconds behind the Toyotas. The Toyotas gambled to stay out on the softs, and that hasn't worked out for them. They will now take the wet weather tyres at this end as they hit lap 1300 in this race. Very, very impressive from the race leading Toyotas, but they, I'm sure, will have lost a couple of seconds to the Ferrari AF Corsa team just through the virtue of being on the wrong tyre at the wrong time. Clouds are coming back though as the Toyotas come out of the pit lane on those fresh wets, and yeah, they've only lost about a second or two to the Ferrari. I mean, that shows you really the pace differential from being on the wrong tyre sort of pales in comparison really to how much of a grave error it is to pit at the wrong time. The BMW though has decided to come in very late for wet weather tyres as the track is drying up now. Alpine and Peugeot both decided to stay out. Potentially we'll see Aston Martin fall down to 7th position behind the Alpine team, and we get a change of position. It looks like for 4th place, for 3rd place even, in the LMP2 class. That was Duquesne, I think, still holding off into Europol as opposed to overtaking them, because I believe they were ahead beforehand. But yeah, Ferraris very much are closing the gap. 15 seconds is all that separates them and the Toyotas. They need a little bit of luck or a little bit of skill. Remember that famous 1 minute gap that they held, half of that was taken away from them through bad luck with the weather, but the other half was taken away through good strategy calls from the Toyota team, well-placed pit stops. There's no reason that we can't see Ferrari pull the reverse trick on their Japanese counterparts. The Alpine and the Peugeot still out there. They are not lapping at rapid pace, there is no doubt about it, about 4 seconds a lap slower than the likes of the Cadillac, but saving 2 pit stops, they may well find it to be worth it. If the Aston Martin comes in, well, they've not come in just yet, but the DKR will be the first car that does come in. They are probably the most locked in to their position of any team in this race. They are 5, nearly 6 laps behind P1, and they are 5 laps ahead of P3 in their particular class, so you would find it a very hard sell to imagine them bottling. Interestingly, the Toyota will still have the rest of lap 1302 to do on these wet weather tyres. The Ferrari, meanwhile, will be out of the pit lane on the hards. I mean, you wouldn't imagine the Ferrari would close the gap by that much, but they can keep it at about 15 seconds. They've got a nice bit of free track ahead of them as well. Shouldn't have too many lap cars to contend with. A couple just up the road. We'll see what kind of cars those are. Yeah, there's an Alpine hypercar, and then there is an LMP2 from DKR Engineering. But Ferrari putting in some really good pace at the moment. Toyota will come out of the pit lane. They won't have to worry too much about the Ferrari behind them, but they will get a little bit of traffic. This is possibly the worst combination. You have the slowest car in the Garage 59, but also the Aston Martin. But the Aston Martin looks like it's gotten sufficiently stuck behind the Garage 59. That's a low enough top speed. Oh, there was a little bit of side-to-side rubbing there. But yeah, that's another 5 seconds to Ferrari just by being on the right tyres at the right time. This is what we mean about how pace differentials, being on the right tyres, can close the gap. Not to the same extent, but similarly to how saving on pit stops can close gaps. And as predicted, Alpine, through saving themselves the extra stop, have found themselves just 5 seconds behind Aston. They were about half a minute behind Aston, but they are on very old tyres. But this is exactly what I was about to say. If we get more rain, then this will obviously all be wiped clean. They will be absolutely delighted about this rain. If it was me, I'd say stay out one more lap and just feel out the rain, even though you're on old hard tyres. Maybe at this light rain stage, it's not worth coming in. Inters are always an interesting tyre, because if the rain stays that light, it's likely not going to be there for very long, which means it's unlikely it was worth pitting for in the first place. And there we go. Clouds coming back here. The Toyota and the Ferrari unaffected. Neither of them bit the bullet to go into the pit lane, but the Genesis team very much did. They will now struggle around 3/4 of this Circuit de la Sarthe on the intermediate tyres, and in fact the Cadillac Hertz team Jota is now right up behind them, 3 seconds behind them on track. They might even overtake Genesis before Genesis find their way back into the pit lane. Such should be the pace differential between relatively fresh soft compound tyres and obviously very fresh but ultimately useless intermediates. That is a strategy blunder from the Alpine team, no doubt about it, and you'd imagine to see all of these intermediate runners coming back into the pit lane pretty soon. Not seeing anybody just yet. Genesis will be the first to get rid of those inters, and that is them out of the fight for the race lead. That could be the real nail in the coffin for them. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota on not very old soft tyres fly through. Yeah, there is little doubt in my mind now. Maybe it'll be a battle for P3 between Cadillac and Genesis. Again, Cadillac are just gaining free time here, just absolutely flying out in front of the Genesis team. Yeah, there we go. Coming out of the pit lane, Genesis find themselves 23 seconds behind Cadillac, but Cadillac 73 seconds behind Toyota and Ferrari. You would get incredibly long odds on them winning this race now. Alpine, having done so well with that first rain, have completely blundered the second time. They have fallen back behind Peugeot, and they have fallen back into last place in this hypercar class. Yeah, not good. Not good at all. But this is fun. Soon we will see this particular team of no real note. They've done a couple of things. They were sort of in the fight to begin with in LMP2, but have fallen long since to the very back of the field. They are 71 seconds behind their closest competitors, but they will be the first team in this field to make 200 pit stops, it looks like. Unlikely that anybody else will beat them there, unless BMW have a particularly hard time with their wheel guns over the next few laps. Algarve Pro Racing will make those pit stops. For now, we'll focus on the battle for 7th place overall in the hypercar class. Peugeot versus Alpine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to actually do a bit of commentating there for 10 minutes. That was fun. Seems to have scared off the Polish.
See what I mentioned earlier on about flow state? Brother was in flow state there. It's looking...
It's hard to float when there's not actually that much going on.
That's very true. especially with how dispersed it is. From our screens, it's like Alpine have made the overtake on Persia for P7. Persia trying to fight back, and we're on
Alpine
the
using a
Wilson
back marker
Strait
here.
now. Oh boy. Which one? The Hearts. Wait, how did Heart get there? Because they were distance
last.
back and they
Yeah.
were fighting. They were-
There's been a lot of
insane.
moving around. LMGT3 have actually been quite open, but yeah, a lot just happened overnight, which makes sense. When I leave this running by itself for 8 hours, it does change things. But actually, there's a good fight for the LMGT3 podium. You got Vista, AF Corsa, they're on, middle-aged softs, fresher mediums for the Proton car, finding itself just 6 seconds behind, and the Garage 59 that was closely battling Racing Team Turkey for the last 2 or 3 hours has now absolutely dropped them like a stone. Racing Team Turkey must have had a very bad time with the rain recently, because Garage 59 now find themselves, as they go through the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, actually not that far back, probably a couple of, well, maybe just one rain call really, away from clawing themselves up from last place in this race, even a half an hour ago, to a class podium in LMGT3.
Oh wait, look, Rocket League. Wait. How much does Rocket League cost on Steam?
It's not on Steam.
What? That's...
Is it Epic
what?
Games?
Yeah, it's free.
Oh, damn.
It was on Steam, yeah, it was like 20 back in like 2019.
And now?
It's free on Epic Games. It's been free since 2020.
Oh, nice.
That's it. That's interesting.
But it's probably going to crash my PC, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not
Like
really
anything
high.
with... Okay, wait, let me see.
Ferrari back into the race
League.
lead.
Rocket
Oh, wait, did Toyota pit?
Toyota into the
they
pit
have
lane, yeah.
pit, Indeed.
Fresh
I find this
softs.
very interesting because I've noticed, especially when cars make later pit stops, obviously now their stint window is a little bit longer than cars who decide to stay out, for example. So if there is if there's a spout of rain that falls, Ferrari is in a very good position, of course, so they can just go on as long as they can. But if we look at, like, for example, BMW, now they now with the stint being a bit dry, they've been they stayed out when it was wet. Now they've boxed. So when if it was to rain now, no, I used the wrong team. I mean, you know what? Give over to you.
You hop on the Discord stream.
Oh boy, what is a Discord stream now?
We're gonna try this again. If it's really bad quality or if it tanks the resolution of the YouTube, then don't worry about it.
See. Okay, there we go. It's looking great.
I keep on forgetting that I have a face cam on.
Has been made.
Oh yeah. 200 pit stops for Algar Perez. Yeah, apologies for the incredible amount of nose picking that I've been doing. It is hay fever season after all.
Happens. Yeah.
So Caddy,
like an interesting fight.
close behind Genesis at the moment. How delayed is it on the Discord? I think it's actually almost basically live.
Yeah,
I can't really tell.
It's pretty much bang on.
Oh yeah, no,
I think
you're
it was
right. Yeah,
good
it's
one.
very, very close. Ferrari, of course, are carrying some damage at the moment. They'll be in probably this lap. Yeah. It's funny that I've seen cars go longer than that on the tyres, but they always seem to get about that far through their hard tyre stints before they then have to pit for damage. Toyota should easily undercut them here. But actually, look, we've got some good battles. We've got a battle for the podium between Genesis and Cadillac. We've got the Toyota about to do a little fly past the Ferrari. Then we've also got the battle for P7, again between the Alpine and the Peugeot. I mean, this is the funny thing about the fake grains, is that they really do scramble up the gaps to the point where you can get close battles in places where you never previously had close battles. And indeed, spread battles apart, like the poor Garage 59 and Racing Team Turkey, who are now almost a lap apart. What a terrible performance by Racing Team Turkey. They did so well to begin with.
Yeah, my favorite underdogs, because I was rooting for them. I saw they had like it was very early into the race.
Yeah, they had
And
like
then to
5
see
pit
them
stops
drop
fewer.
this far back as that's now it comes out the pits. It's a bit painful. Absolutely.
It is a bit.
They had it in their hands.
I mean, interestingly, the
hard
Cadillac
to-
has decent
hard to
pace
race
here. I think. Well, the Ferrari's just come into the pit lane, to be fair. But the third and fourth place packers made up about 10 seconds, I think, or 5-10 seconds on the leaders, which is decent going. Can the Peugeot make a move?
Definitely.
Both on very old tyres. Very old tyres for the Peugeot. They'll have not a lot of grip at the moment. It's going to be tight on the exit for P4 and LMGT3 as well. Proton versus Garage 59. Garage 59 on pretty good condition softs. Proton on the fresh mediums. Can Garage 59 pull out alongside them? Or are they just going to bump draft them down the Mulsanne straight? Well, the Toyota race leader, who is 104 laps ahead of these drivers, is going to have a thing or two to say about that. But the Proton seems to be holding up a bit. Got a little knock from the Toyota on the way past, and the Genesis into the pit lane. That releases the Cadillac up into third place. That's a third place that is not as prestigious as it was, because that used to be you were in position to actually fight for the win, and now it is, oh well, unless there's a bit of a miracle with 3.5 hours left, not a good place to be in, really.
Definitely. But as the race has shown, anything can happen in the 24 hours of UR2D Le Mans.
Isn't that true?
I think absolutely. And I mean, now I've got a very nice mix of strategies across the field. On what's close to, we've seen Cadillac into the pits as well in response to the Genesis. And it's just a question of whether the Genesis can execute the undercut, or I think just hold on to the gap that was there. But both of them will be on similar compounds.
It's
And I
amazing
think
with
with
how
both
fast
of them-
these hypercars are. Basically, if you're coming out of Indianapolis, that top right-hand corner, by the time the car in front of you pits, then you stand a very decent chance of undercutting them or getting very close to them on the pit exit. And here is the Genesis. There is the Cadillac. There is 1 second between them. The Toyota comes into the pit lane. This and the Ferrari still has a lot of time left to go on these hards. Very opportune few laps for rain for the Ferrari team. Oh, but the Peugeot cuts them off into the chicane.
Absolutely. So I think mechanics at Ferrari, they're going to be keeping their fingers uber crossed in the hopes that the rain falls, because the Ferrari still has a lot of time left on those tires. And I think with the hards you can obviously go 11 to 14 laps, but you can even take it to 15 laps. So the more that laps go down, the more the Ferrari will be hoping that maybe there's a drop of two or drop or two of rain.
Yeah.
And knowing how the Ferrari has been on the hard tires, if there is rain that falls, Ferrari on hards will probably chance the rain, try and go for, or probably try and go longer with a gamble.
Well, we missed stop 200, but we've got stop 201 for Algarve Pro Racing Team. There you are. Watching their 201st stop live, they are, of course, not at risk of losing overall position as they come out of the pit lane, just 48 laps ahead of the car behind them. The Heart of Racing Team, leading the LMGT3 cars, but only by 2 laps, interestingly. I mean, that is a pretty tight class. 2 laps, 2 laps. Look, I mean, it could be further apart. Look at the leaders here. 6 laps and 5 laps between the LMP2 leaders. But then you have 3rd place in the class as the Vista AF Corsa, and they are still at risk of losing that podium. When they pit, they will come out behind the Proton, and they may well come out behind the Garage 59 car as well. We do have a 3-way fight for the podium still in LMGT3, and we have a bit of a fight between 4th place and 5th place, Duquesne and Inter Europol in the LMP2 class, but the main battles, 7th v 8th, Alpine v Peugeot, the battle of the French teams, as the Peugeot very rudely cuts the Alpine off there. And Cadillac chasing down for that podium on Genesis, and Toyota v Ferrari now on very different strategies.
Yeah. Toyota definitely on the back foot now as clouds are coming out, and you know, when there's smoke there's fire, when there's clouds there's rain. Toyota definitely decreasing that gap ever so slightly, or not even ever so slightly. That gap is coming down, especially with the Ferrari on older hards having to deal with a little bit of traffic on top of that in the form of other hypercars. We've also got the fight between Alpine and Peugeot for P7, those two battling to avoid capturing the wooden spoon in the hyperclass. But with Ferrari in between, and Ferrari having to negotiate the Alpine, which is on fresher softs, that could be a bit of a mare for Ferrari, because now that gap to Toyota has come down to under 10 seconds. And there we go, just like this.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Ooh.
That is a very, very opportune bit of rain for Ferrari. Yes, the cuillère en bois is the wooden spoon for the French teams. Ah, but it's fake rain.
They help Toyota big time. That is going to help Toyota, because that gap has been decreasing because of those fresher tires and because of Toyota having softer tires too.
That is intriguing. So it's only really the Aston Martin that's been caught out by that. I mean, sometimes you do have the fake rain. If it's heavy, it'll go heavy rain and then it'll come back to dry, and then before it's a really dry track, it will then go back to raining. In which case, any team like the Aston Martin will be in a good position. But obviously, they are far enough behind the BMW team that that shouldn't realistically matter. But it will still be interesting to watch these front runners, the front 4, on slick tyres on a wet track. Not quite as hazardous as it would be in real life, but still interesting. And yeah, look, that's really that 82-second gap between Toyota and Genesis really is something now. It's nearly 2 seconds, and here it is.
Ooh.
It's back. It's back. It's better than ever. That will be genuine rain now, but only light rain, so that could still be another fake out. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our front runners do. Ferrari are into the pit lane. They would be getting rid of that hard tyre very soon anyway.
Woo!
It's a good shout for them.
That's a big call there by Toyota.
Big gamble.
Stay out.
Oh, it's not the right one. It is not the right one. They are sliding around the Ferrari. I mean, arguably that Inter is not going to do them that many favours. But that is... Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That is going to be a very slow lap for the Toyota team. In fact, their middle sector of 16.48 and the Ferrari on the proper tyres. It's going to come through for a middle sector that will be hopefully faster than that. But anyway, the Toyota into the pit lane, yeah, 15. Second faster through the middle sector.
About 7 seconds once the Toyota decides to come out. I think I will be back for the last 2 hours, as the conditions are going to lighter rain, but the track is still very damp. So Toyota, despite losing quite a bit of time on this outlap, or in this in lap, is going to have fresh tires, clean air, and the right tires after closing down the gap. Or not even actually losing that much. So game on with it being fully wet. And Skip, I will see you in about an
hour and
or
a half.
two.
Alrighty.
Maybe.
I will see you later, UR.
See ya.
Well, this will be interesting. And yes, this will be my last bit of commentary. I'll then go AFK for a little bit to make my dinner. But I will be back afterwards. I'll leave it in the VC as well, so anybody who wants to co-commentate can do. And I'll leave the stream on as well. But the Ferrari AF Corsa, no question, is on the wrong tyres at the moment. It is very heavy rain. Well, now the rain is going away again. Interesting to see. But yeah, basically now there is a very clear battle for P1 and a battle for P3 in the overall standings. Toyota not really using that wet to their advantage so much. It looks like in these conditions the wet should be the tyre that they could use to really close in on that leading Ferrari. As it is, they've not made those gains. And now the track will dry out, sunshine coming back soon, and the Ferrari AF Corsa will, it looks like, maintain the lead that they managed to snatch by alternating their strategy with Toyota to the point where they would be 10 seconds behind after they pitted, 10 seconds ahead after Toyota pitted, just waiting for opportune timing for the rain. And they have gotten exactly that. They've done very, very well indeed. And they should lock in that advantage as soon as the rain goes away, if Toyota don't catch them in the meantime. Meanwhile, Cadillac still chasing down the Cadillac Hertz Toyota still chasing down the Genesis. So we go on to lap 1,326 of this race. The Alpine still chasing down the Peugeot, and some of the battles lower down, unfortunately, slightly more spread out now. The Inter Europol, 4th, 5th place overall in their class, chasing down Duquesne for 4th. Duquesne themselves chasing down CLX Motorsport, so still that battle for the podium in LMP2, all on the same lap, which at this point in the race, now that we are, wow, goodness me, a long way in, 20 hours and 40 minutes in, we have less than 200 minutes to go, less than a feature-length film to go in this race. Sorry, we don't, yeah, less than 200 minutes. As a feature length, you can get films that are like 3 hours, yeah. There will be a film that's like 200 minutes. Yeah. Some shit like The Brutalist, those are like 3.5 hours long.
Isn't Interstellar like hella long as well?
Yeah, Interstellar's like 3 hours. We are about an interstellar away from the end of the race.
And we're all gonna be 70 years old now.
Yeah, that's how it feels, commentating. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Cadillac Hertz Toyota, for some reason, has braved out another lap on the intermediate tyres. But the Ferrari and the Toyota are very close in the pit lane. Obviously, that is the Constantina effect. Once they get up to speed, they will grow back to their 5 or 6 second gap, as was the case on track. But the Ferrari will have a bit of traffic to deal with first. Its LMGT3 equivalent will give it absolutely no trouble whatsoever. That's a very nice favour. Now the Alpine, last in the hypercar class, but chasing down the Peugeot to avoid that wooden spoon, may well provide a little bit of difficulty to the Ferrari It is 6 laps down from its class leader. That Cadillac turns Team Toyota finally into the pit lane, and it looks like the Genesis will sweep through and reclaim that second place. Will they? No, they'll come out just behind, but the extra speed they carry through the first couple chicanes will mean they close up right to the back of that particular battle. The Ferrari, of course. This guy always has entry music.
Well, it's the same one I've had for like 3 years, Skip. Calm down.
I've only heard it twice.
Really?
Yeah.
I've had this for ages.
Oh, damn.
Just ask like Yoa or Ben. Maybe
Damn.
you've just not been on VC in recent times.
I've not been
so-
on
because
VC
I've
for
had-
ages, yeah.
Yeah, I've had Sexy back for eons. I'm actually trying to get your Le Mans stream copyright striked.
Are you? Yeah, that would do it, to be fair. Not for the
I
fucking
just wanted to
first
pop in
time.
for a bit. Because I'm about to VC with my mates.
Nice.
So yeah, just give me like a quick recap. What's going on? Ferrari back in the lead.
Yeah, Ferrari, Toyota were very far clear. Ferrari got a bit lucky with some of the rain, and then a bit lucky again with some of the rain, and now it's basically a fight for P1, very even-handed between Ferrari and Toyota. A fight for P3, very even between Cadillac and Genesis. BMW very much locked in, as are Aston Martin to 5th and 6th place, and then Peugeot and Alpine still battling for 7th and 8th. United Autosports, DKR, still very much locked into 1st and 2nd and LMP2. CLX, Duquesne and Inter Europol still battling for that 3rd place. Algarve have hit 200 pit stops, as have Peugeot now. And then Heart of Racing look like they're absolutely dominating LMGT3. Iron Lakes happy enough in 2nd place. Proton with the Vista, of course, and the Garage 59 closing in behind. But yeah, still just 2 seconds between our race leaders.
Alright. Thank you very much. I'll be back on later probably.
Cool
Have
thing.
fun.
Yeah, 3 hours to go.
Nice. Hopefully I'll get back for the ending.
Nice.
I'll see ya.
See ya. And that, I believe, for the time being, is where I will leave it. Gonna go AFK for a bit, have some dinner, and I'll come back probably in about 40 minutes or so. So enjoy. I'll leave the Discord, I don't want to accidentally record people. Or I'll deafen, but I'll still stream it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Oh my goodness. What has happened to Ferrari? The question of the day. They were so back.
What is actually up?
There was a fake rain that they got baited by, and only Toyota didn't pit on the whole grid.
My word.
It is insane. Gang, it's time. There is an hour or 2 hours and a quarter left.
We are in for a thrilling ending because I think when I joined, I think about 4 minutes ago, that was at 61 seconds, now it's at 57.7 seconds. And you know what? Like, I heard from, what's it called? I heard from the chats and everything that Toyota going through the rain, chopping and changing, but it's a sign that Ferrari can also do the same. So it's going to be a fascinating final few hours as the Cadillac, the BMW, and the Algarve Pro Racing both forming all box together, and Peugeot too.
Quite. Alpine still chasing down Peugeot. There is one constant. Toyota has completed 1,400 laps in this race. Ferrari AF Corsa is about to start their 1,400th lap. Another lap down is Genesis. Damn, Cadillac really fell off the back of the Genesis. That's quite sad. I thought that was going to be a really good battle for P3 to the end.
But they also caught out.
They must have been. Aston Martin in 5th. That's been the sleeper pick for me, because they were down in 7th a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Then Alpine. Yeah, and as pointed out on the stream, CLX doing a wonderful job of regressing from P3 in their class, where they were only a few hours ago, down to, by the time they make their next pit stop, only about half a pit stop ahead of Algarve Pro Racing. Indeed, now just under an entire lap down from Inter Europol, who themselves are still chasing Duquesne. And that is the final real battle in LMP2. I doubt we'll see any others pop up over the next 2 hours.
It feels like segregation happening in that class. Everybody's just split by so much. I think P13 and 14, there's still a chance that both teams could exchange positions, but I think there's also a chance that CLX could, with one right gamble, still close in on Duquesne and on Inter Europol eventually.
I would be
Fair to them as well.
shocked, but I'd find it deeply entertaining if we saw CLX make a very, very late charge for the podium, considering, yeah, they are exactly a lap behind Inter Europol as of right. Oh, I'm waiting for Inter Europol to overtake, but they're not doing it. Oh, they're still not doing it. Toyota being a bit forceful with the Peugeot in the background. But yeah, look at that gap from the Toyota. Oh my god, it's a whole pit stop ahead. And the Ferrari will have to be in this lap. Ferrari would have been praying for rain this lap. But no such luck. No such luck at all. Toyota got very lucky with their pit stop just before the fake rain as well. There was a real rain. Toyota came in for slicks just before the rain was announced, and as the rain was announced, Toyota then suddenly pivoted to wets. There they go through. One lap ahead of the Ferrari. Of course, it'll be far more than that by the time Ferrari come out of the pit lane. How disappointing.
I'm actually curious as well whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage to have worn tires. Because, right, if you've got worn tires, it's an indication that you've stayed out long. And with the pit lane obviously being long, it's like if it rains as you're on worn tires, especially with the cars still staying relatively stable on track after, like, with the wrong tires or like the wrong tires in the wrong conditions, that type of thing. I really do wonder if maybe it is really worth risking being undercut by just staying out as long as possible, because I think now Toyota, they've got about 60 or so seconds in their back pocket, and Ferrari, of course, have just made their most recent stop. But if it was to rain, like right about now, then Toyota, even though they have more worn tires, will have they'll have a huge gap still. But if Ferrari had stayed out a few more laps and then boom, it was to rain, even though they're on worn tires, if they were to come in, game on. They've gained a whole pit stop.
Exactly. Well, I think I've just missed it there, unfortunately, with the camera. But I was watching Garage 59 closing in on Proton.
Bless you.
Thank you. And that in itself is particularly significant because Garage 59 at one point were at the back chasing down Racing Team Turkey. They now found themselves in that battle for the LMGT3 podium, an entire lap up from the likes of Vista F Corsa, who have only gone backwards. Obviously still not that close to the Heart of Racing team, who decides sharing a similar part of track to them, are indeed 5 laps ahead at the lead of that class.
Absolute scenes when you consider they were like, how many laps to run.
Oh my goodness.
Hay fever, having a chokehold.
Don't get me started, bro. It's not like I've gone outside today.
I did.
So yeah, I mean LMGT3 as ever, bringing the underrated action, the fight for the podium, Proton competition, and Garage 59. Garage 59 now coming in, Proton competition, will sail past into that Class P3. And then obviously, basically a lap down from them, you have Racing Team Turkey and Vista F Corsa have just come in to trigger the undercut, getting off those old soft tyres. Yeah, Heart of Racing have done really well with their pit stops. I mean, that is what's got them so far ahead. But, quite right, it's only them and United Autosports who have sub 200 pit stops at this point in time now. And you look at certain teams, not naming any names, but Algarve Pro Racing. And indeed the Peugeot now. 212 pit stops.
There's the Beamer with 213 as well.
Yeah. That's right. The Beamer. That's right.
Setting the benchmark.
I mean, you are, even if you have to say, as the biggest Ferrari hater from earlier on, you'd have to root for them to get back into this now, surely.
Yeah, just to keep it entertaining. It would be fun to see them back in it. I think Genesis, I honestly believe Genesis still has a chance against both. Obviously, there's only 124 minutes left, but like the gap's only. It sounds weird to say only, but it's still only like just over 2 laps, almost 3 laps, and one bad call can easily scrape off a lap. Another bad call for the leaders, or one good call can scrape off a lap. 2 good calls can scrape off 2 laps. 3 good calls, suddenly Genesis is in it. So I think, yeah, mechanics, strategists, and everybody, I'm sure in the Genesis garage and at the Hyundai headquarters as well, I'm sure they'll be looking at this thinking, okay, you know what, we're down but we're never out, because that's the spirit they showed earlier on when they were in that top 3 battle with Ferrari and Toyota. And you know, especially with Cadillac now pitting again, maybe there's still something there, just maybe.
Maybe indeed. Maybe indeed. We'll have to see a lot of the fake rains coming and going in the last couple hours for that to happen. Remember, it took 3 hours for Ferrari to bottle their 1-minute lead, and Toyota now have the same. But with a bit of unpredictability, anything is possible.
Anything is possible in this world. Absolutely. I think over the back as well, looks like Peugeot have pulled away from Alpine for P7. It's just a question because I think Alpine on the hard tires, Peugeot on the soft tires. Peugeot most likely to make their stop before Alpine do, but I think the ideal strategy for most of the drivers and most of the teams is simply, or not simply, but trying to pit as closely after the car ahead as possible.
I think that's right. Aston Martin in and out of the pit lane. This is their attempt at undercutting the BMW. BMW on the hard tyres, worn out just ahead. If Aston can get a insane lap rallying in on the softs, then they stand somewhat of a chance of undercutting, or at least getting quite close. But it is a bit of an ask. Yeah, poor Cadillac. A minute off the Genesis car. They really, really looked like they were going to come through and fight for this race win. But themselves and Genesis just slipping away. Isn't it incredible that Ferrari, despite having 3 fewer pit stops than Toyota, still trail by a minute? It shows you that pit stops are not necessarily everything. Oh, fake rain. Not necessarily fake. Could be real. Potentially real rain. Who knows?
Oh, perfection.
Who knows? This could be interesting.
Potentially is a huge word.
Right, so
Absolutely.
very old mediums for Toyota, so if they were to pit now, this does benefit them. I mean, if you're Ferrari, surely you just box opposite. There's no way they can justify pitting here. Oh, they break my heart, they really do. Even 1 lap on the worn out slicks would be worth it. Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Could you believe it? I couldn't. If anything, this is now Genesis in the fight for P2. But it's not going to close that relative gap between first and second. Right, well, we need a few more of these. Go on, Ewan.
My goodness. Genesis is back.
They may well be. Those fresh softs on a wet track are the exact slick that you would want if you were to have any. I can't believe that call from Ferrari. Had they only hold their horses and stayed out even for a tiny bit longer. Even if they arrived at the pit box slightly later, they could have at least pitted for new slicks rather than pitting.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is lagging a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm audible at the moment.
No, you're audible. Oh.
Let's be back.
Are we back? We're so back. Yes. Slight internet outage. We're all back. Thank you for your patience. But we are there. Amazing that the stream stayed up through that. I really thought it was going to shut down.
Oh, yeah?
I think it just buffered. Right, so. Interesting. Yeah, big chance miss just before the break there. For the Ferrari to gain in on the Toyota. I mean, the Genesis looked to make the most of it. It's now back to a minute behind. And because the Ferrari's going on the hards, it's going to try and make up any benefit. It's going to try and effectively... What am I trying to say? Negate any benefit that the Genesis would have gotten from not pitting for the rain. So Genesis will have to just try and catch up to Ferrari purely under their own steam on these soft compound tyres, which will be interesting to watch. CLX Motorsport continue their backwards regression. They are 13th place now. They are indeed. Falling back into the clutches of Algarve Pro Racing, who, having spent nearly 24 hours driving at the back of the field, may end up finding themselves not at the back of their particular class, at least. So we'll have to see how that plays out. And then BMW and Aston are engaged in that fight over 5th and 6th. Peugeot and Alpine over 7th and 8th. UR.
Yeah, so far, so good. So far, so good. I'm not going to lie, right? I may or may not have actually shared the stream to several people, just in case anyone's interested in one thing. But this is like, you know what? To fellow South Africans and whatnot. So, yeah, some more publicity. But, yeah, still very interesting to see how it's racing. We still haven't reached 200 pit stops. And I think we're the only team currently on the grid. As on our screens now, we see the Cadillac into the pits. The only team to not have reached 200 pit stops yet. I think major thing for the Genesis is, I think, stretching the tires for as long as possible, because the Toyota up in front and the Ferrari, like, the tires will be a bit older than the Genesis, because the Genesis stayed out during the fake rain and actually gained about like 20 seconds through that whole ordeal. So I think if, especially now with under 2 hours left, if the Genesis crew sees that there's another potato, like that rain falls again, which it could do very shortly, I feel like it's still very much game on, and if it's not for P1, then it's for P2, but a lot will depend on what the history of Ferrari decides to do for this next period. As for us, it shows as cloudy.
Yeah, quite right. I'll see if I can get that Discord stream back up and running. Now I've switched connections.
Sweet. Was it a crash?
Yeah, I think it was just a brief Wi-Fi outage, but it should be okay now.
Solid.
So yes, Toyota, tell me if the Discord stream is alright.
Ooh, yeah, it's okay so far.
Okay, nice. Let's see. Yeah, no, it looks okay. Yeah, so what I hear you say. So, Toyota into the pit lane. Ferrari stay out another lap. We had clouds. We're heading back towards sunshine. Unfortunately, that would have been some very convenient timing for a splash of light rain, which is often the most chaotic type. Because with heavy rain, the strategies do tend to be pretty similar. And it's only really the light rain that really throws everybody off. In terms of will they pit, won't they pit. Peugeot, speaking of, are into the lane. They will fall potentially behind Alpine. I'm actually going to gander that they won't fall behind Alpine. I think Alpine will be too far back. They'll probably be about 10 seconds behind, if I had to guess. Yeah.
Let's see. But I think if Ferrari can stay out now, especially with it being quite cloudy, as I say that.
What were you saying?
They decide.
Watch it go rainy in the next like 10 seconds as well. Exactly what happened last stint.
That would be jokes.
That would be jokes. And the Genesis is in as well. Yeah, no. We're going back towards clear skies. So nothing in particular to concern ourselves with. And the Toyota goes through to relap the Ferrari AF Corsa, who themselves a lap clear of the Genesis. Big gaps now formed out in the front four. Does go to show sometimes we're wondering if artificially the game tries to make the front four really close when we have them all within about 10 seconds, maybe 16 hours into the race. No, the game does not care about your front four. The game will separate them all by minutes if it has to, if it wants to, if it so pleases. And I know Moose is gone, but I will do another stream when there's an hour left to go, just to really ham it up.
Perfect. I think with regards to close battles in the field, I think a battle for the wooden spoon, or what was the French word that you were using earlier on?
Le cuillère bois, I think it was. Probably have the pronunciation of that wrong.
Yeah, I think we've got some very interesting wooden spoon battles across all the classes.
I would agree.
Oh, okay. Speaking of which,
here we go.
Here we go.
Right, who's going to be the first in the
go.
front four towards the pit lane? They're all actually in a very similar part of the track, just in that corner between Indianapolis and those two 90-degree corners. It will be Ferrari AF Corsa to make the decision first, whether to pit or not pit. They choose not pit. Toyota goes in. Genesis goes in. Ferrari have taken the gamble. This is it. This is a huge decision for them. Cadillac in as well. We'll have to see if this proves. I genuinely think Ferrari have, and they make it, and they do it. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. What a fantastic, it couldn't have been better. A Ferrari on good condition, soft compound tyres on a similar strategy to its running mates in the top three. And look where that puts it. It still has more than enough life in those tyres to not have to pit in the next couple of laps. It just needs to pray that the rain does not come back before first and third place go into the lane. Wow, wow, wow. Ferrari were a minute back from Toyota. And can I say, Toyota, when catching Ferrari, never had one of these scenarios. Maybe it was rain just after Ferrari had pitted, but it was always real rain. It didn't have that level of gamble where it stayed out. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness me. Oh, swings and roundabouts. That would have been it. That would have been Ferrari into the lead. Had that announcement come a little bit later, or had it not come at all, Ferrari would have been cruising into the lead. As it is, they will have to come into the lane. Oh, will they? Oh my goodness, it's plot twist after plot twist. I mean, further down the field, interesting strategies here, because you'll have had some cars who just came in, finally came in for wet weather tyres, being baited out by that announcement. But Ferrari heard it just in time. I think this will make it fascinating, because I think Ferrari would have taken the lead a bit too easily if not for that last splotch of heavy rain. Whereas now they get to be in a situation where they will fall back to 25-30 seconds back from Toyota, and they'll be on slightly aged softs. This will mean that it goes from Ferrari being single-handedly gifted the lead of the race to them now having to work for it a little bit, because they will have had to drive multiple laps on these slick tyres. A great spot from Mamba Goat CLX, who looked like they were falling into the clutches of Algarve Pro Racing, might actually see themselves go all the way back up to fight the likes of the Duquesne team, and definitely get clear of Inter Europol if Inter Europol come in. But they don't, they stick with wets on the bone dry track. This is the big one. Do Toyota come in? Do they gamble one more lap? They come in. Genesis come in as well. They will be desperate. Ferrari will be desperate to see slick tyres go on.
I think.
Go on, you. Oh. Ferrari, of course, through.
Game on, just skip game on, because now Ferrari, obviously, like, I think I've switched back to. I think we've also got more contenders for the wooden spoon over there for P6, 7, and 8. And now with Ferrari, of course, now taking the race lead, they've also got older tires. So they will be hoping that the rain comes back as soon as possible. But what a plot twist, because now suddenly we've gone from Toyota having a 60-second buffer to them trying to play it safe by boxing, Ferrari trying to play it by ear by staying out. Sometimes these teams just don't learn their lessons, and this is another instance of it showing. But I think it's now firmly a 2-horse race for the victory. I think Genesis, if it wasn't over then, it's over now. But Toyota against Ferrari for the victory. Ferrari just clinging their fingers, or like crossing their fingers, in the hopes that maybe it rains as soon as it can. But Toyota, if it rains, they will have no other option but to try and stay out, because they've got fresher tires and a slow pit lane to encounter, along with a lot of traffic and whatnot. But swings and roundabouts, as you said. Swings and roundabouts. This is going to be fascinating.
This is, and you know what? I wouldn't entirely count out Genesis. Maybe I'm being way too optimistic, but you have to remember that that team was 2 minutes behind the race leading Toyota. They find themselves now just 90 seconds behind. That is a sizable improvement. They double lap themselves from the Ferrari as the Ferrari goes into the pit lane, but the Ferrari still has a lot of work to do, remember, because coming out of this pit stop they will be quite a long way behind the Toyota, and the Toyota's mediums, not that old. Softs are a really interesting choice from Ferrari here. They are going to come out of this pit lane 20 seconds back from Toyota, and they're finding themselves in a situation they have found themselves in before. 100 minutes left on the clock for us in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Ferrari put the softs on. They're saying, we think we can close this gap by driving fast. They're not chancing it. They're not leaving a strategy overhang to try and capitalize on getting a cheap pit stop when the weather changes. They are saying, we are on fresher, faster tires, and we can race better than Toyota can. We will catch them in this race of attrition. And that will be very interesting to see.
I think earlier in the race, like 4th, 5th hour was right, or like the 4th or the 5th hour, when the roles were reversed and it was Ferrari in front with Toyota, trying to close in the gap. Toyota were heaving Ferrari in, and now Ferrari are the ones who have to do the same, because I think their pit windows will be very similar. With
I agree.
Ferrari obviously now, on tires that are slightly older, but also being on soft tires which wear quicker but are faster on track, as the Peugeot on our screens, because I switched from the stream to the YouTube stream.
Okay.
Ferrari not looking too great on this lap at least, and I think nice
Should be
battle for the
interesting.
wooden spoon at the definitely should be interesting. Nice little fight for the wooden spoon, because I think Alpine and Peugeot recently came in, so they'll have fresher tires than Alpine. And we've also got, I think, Vista pulling away from Racing Team Turkey with the softs versus the mediums, and I think both of them pitted at around the same time. And I think both of them might have stayed out as well when the conditions did their thing.
Yeah.
So, still game on.
It certainly is. I mean, you have CLX Motorsport. I think, unfortunately, we're riding their luck a little too much, because they didn't quite get all the way up to Duquesne. They had to come into the pit lane even after managing to survive that rainy conditions, because they're now back sort of 42 seconds behind that podium running position in the LMP2 class. I mean, Ferrari need to be making much better inroads here, because look, Toyota are carrying a chunk of damage. The other team carrying a chunk of damage, and visibly now coming off the back of their car, is the Genesis team. They've been smoking for a while now. Normally, you'd expect that of a team where it's of a car, of a stint, where they're using the hards. Sometimes towards the end of the hard stint, around the lap they'd normally pit, maybe a lap or two early. They'll come in because of the damage in combination with the tyre wear. But on a soft stint, when they're not really, they shouldn't be coming in that soon. Maybe give it another couple laps, but they've been carrying this damage for a couple laps already, and it's not helping their lap time relative to the Ferrari AF Corsa. They will need a big effort to get back into that fight. And the Cadillac Hertz Jota might just fancy their chance at a very outside shot of a podium if Genesis keep blundering the strategy, and if Cadillac can come through it in the same way we've just seen Ferrari manage to do so relative to the Toyota. But with things settling out, it looks like when both Ferrari and Toyota come in for their next pit stop, Ferrari will be 26 seconds behind. And despite their softer tyres, despite having no damage on that car compared to a noticeable chunk of damage on the Toyota car, they've actually lost about 7 seconds over the course of this stint, which I don't think is good enough. This is the kind of stint where you need to be gaining 7 seconds. This is the kind of stint on the soft compound tyres. You need to take advantage of the fact that you've gone for that better compound. Take advantage of the fact that Toyota are on the mediums and that you can really just have at them. But they have fallen back from 20 seconds to 27 seconds, and they should have been closing it down to 10. Genesis into the lane.
So far, I think. What am I thinking? Sometimes there's those periods during commentary where it's like there's action, but at the same time it's very dispersed with the clouds on our screens coming out now. So with the Genesis into the pits, maybe this might screw the Genesis over completely, because the Cadillac of course unlapped itself during that stint, and now it's going to be so much closer. So the podium fight is still on, and Genesis will be, I estimate, yeah, it's going to be back to 120 odd seconds behind Toyota. So with them being 2 laps down, I think they're going to need to hope for a miracle at this point, because I mean time is running out, and I still see, like with what you said earlier, I think still an outside chance perhaps of Genesis getting back into it, especially with Toyota now coming into the pits, and with Ferrari possibly, on our screens at least, looking like they'll take the lead. Wait, what do you see on your screen currently?
Ferrari have taken the lead of the Le Mans 24 Hours with 93 minutes on the clock, but this will be nothing more than a ceremonial lead. Not unlike when Genesis did the same thing a few hours into the race after Ferrari had been absolutely dominating. By the time they are reeled back to within a pit stop time span, Genesis went out on a glory run on the hards and managed to nick the lead off Ferrari. Ferrari, though, look like they're going to be the ones having the lead nicked off them here. Toyota are closing and closing and closing Ferrari into the pit lane. This is their last chance to hear a bit of rain coming their way. The softs clearly haven't worked this stint for them. They need a hard compound tyre, and they've gone for a soft compound tyre. It boggles the mind, it really does.
Shall we say the phrase?
Go for it.
It is the history of Ferrari.
It certainly is.
Anyone doing a hate watch on Ferrari right now is living in paradise.
Yeah, they're eating well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Genesis is obviously going to get a lot closer, same with Cadillac. Still quite a big gap though, so I think if the rain falls and Toyota decides to stay out, then I think Ferrari's going to have a much tougher time of closing this down, because as you said earlier on as well, like the gap was like 21 seconds or so when Ferrari left pit box after their 204th stop. Nah, sounds crazy to say that actually.
Yeah.
But and now it's like almost 28 seconds, despite Ferrari being on the soft tires compared to being on the freaking medium tires that were already a little bit worn out there for Toyota. And I think the traffic for Ferrari is definitely not helping as well.
I would agree. I would agree. They've got a huge batch of traffic coming up now. I mean, they really look against the odds to win this one. Obviously, they just need one big rain fluke and they'll go back into the lead of the race. But if that heavy rain hadn't come out last time, they would have been, I think, 15 seconds better off than they are at the moment. So it really is a shame. It really is a shame to see them, again, taking the soft as opposed to the Toyota medium. But the medium is just working so well for Toyota because they're setting really competitive lap times. I mean, look at it. 15.85 and a 15.78 in the first sector. Ferrari, albeit, well, they have been lapping well this lap. Ferrari were a good few tenths quicker. Let me skip the ads and the music. Ferrari.
YouTube Music Premium. Listen ad-free.
Why am I getting more ads?
And in the background.
Shut up. Okay.
Is it YouTube or Spotify?
YouTube. Oh, I should have done Spotify. That's such a good idea. I don't know why I didn't.
There's still time.
That's a good point. That's a good point. When I'm setting up the next stream, I'll do that. We'll probably have, in 25 minutes time, we'll have a 5-minute break while I set up the next stream. And I can call that the final hour. Meanwhile, big battle going on, Garage 59. The story of the evening, really. They've lifted themselves off the foot of the table, and they've been hunting that podium spot in the LMGT3 category. They have a more worn-out car damage-wise than Proton Competition. They are bump drafting them all the way down the Mulsanne. Alpine decide to get in the way, but they slightly push the Proton offline. Garage 59 takes their inside line into Indianapolis. Nearly get the move done up the inside there. They will get the move done up the inside into the next couple corners. And that is a wonderful, wonderful bit of driving and a wonderful thing to see for Garage 59, a team that was so struggling at the back early on in this race. They have come through against the odds, really, to the podium of their class. Let's see if they can hold that down, or will the Proton Competition car behind eventually look to bite back at them. Ferrari have closed the gap down by about 4 seconds to Toyota on this particular stint. They have done well there, so we'll have to see if they can keep closing down. They've made tenths and tenths and tenths at the moment. I'd love to see a rain that brings Genesis and Cadillac closer together. I think having a Cadillac charge for the podium late on would make this truly spectacular. Truly spectacular indeed.
It's definitely same. I think especially for those who are still new to the stream, early on in the race.
Oh, we've got light rain coming. Light rain coming. Down in LMP2, it's the Duquesne team in. Toyota are in. Ferrari AF Corsa are only coming out of Indianapolis now. They have a lot of time to react. Toyota have officially put on the intermediates. There is now 10 or 15 seconds in for which this rain to announce itself as fake, or for Ferrari just to avoid the pit lane. But no, it's full wet. How intriguing. So Toyota on the inters, they haven't lost out on a pit stop here per se, but they might be on the wrong tyres for these particular conditions. It depends how long this heavy rain stays. Sometimes we've had 10-15 minutes where it kept on flicking back. Once it was heavy rain and the circuit was drenched, it was light then heavy, then light then heavy, but the water level never went down. So any cars on inters were really left out there, stranded somewhat. And as expected, as it's heavy rain now, we've got light rain on the way soon. It will just depend how wet the track gets. If it goes sort of more than 2/3 full before it returns to light rain, then it is full wet conditions. If not, then it is not. But yeah, Ferrari, also you have to think, while Toyota were in the pit lane getting those wet tyres on, Ferrari was still out there on fresh softs. And the time that Ferrari spent in the pit lane, Toyota were coming out on intermediates on a track that was getting wetter. So they actually managed to just gain about 4 seconds in the pit stop phase alone. Now the track will start to dry out. We'll have to see, with the lots of standing water on the track, will the full wets of Ferrari be the right call? BMW looked to have made a pretty categorical blunder. They came in very, very late. Very late indeed. Proton, as Mambergo is saying, on the hard compound tyre, I mean, they'll be ahead of Garage 59, but for how much longer? This will be interesting, seeing if Garage 59 can actually catch them on these wets while the track dries out over the next couple laps, because they will be like 5 or 6 seconds per lap slower being on the wrong tyre. Ferrari not making any sizable gains at the moment. And sunny weather is on its way. Yeah, Garage 59 only 3 seconds faster on that lap, interestingly enough. Proton may well have made a pretty good call.
Although I think it was also the outlap for Garage 59 as well. I think Proton though, they've now suddenly gone from putting themselves in contention for third, or like trying to fend off Garage 59 or third, to now potentially standing a chance of maybe catching out Iron Lynx, or the Iron Lynx, for what would be P2. So I think with Lambe Goat, we were like, Proton might be throwing away any podium chances. There was a possibility. It's just that I think now, especially with some cars coming in for dry tires, maybe, just maybe, there's a small sniff of second. Very small, but small enough.
Toyota stay out on their intermediate tyres for another lap. They passed the pit entry as the track was pretty much dry. Ferrari AF Corsa come in at the first available opportunity off their wet weather tyres. I think this will hurt Toyota. I think they did really well with the Inters in this last stint. They managed to gain 2 or 3 seconds back on Ferrari, which at this point in the race, these are the margins that we're talking about now. Like 2 to 3 seconds can make such a huge difference when push comes to shove. But the fact that they've just done this entire lap now, 15.8 through the middle sector, 15.6 through the first sector, I'm not sure that that will have served them that well to do that extra lap on the intermediates. We'll see as Ferrari come round, but I think Ferrari might be back to 20 seconds or even lower in terms of a deficit. And what you were saying about Proton, I think it's a great point. They're now off the hards, they're onto the softs, and Iron Lynx had, well, an iron-clad grip on that second place, and they have done for many, many hours. I mean, I obviously wasn't watching when Heart of Racing made their run through the LMGT3 field, but as long as I can remember commentating today, Iron Lynx have never looked in question for second place. They're now one bad fake rain call away with Proton gambling, which we know they can and have done, from relinquishing that second place. But don't count out Garage 59 either. Garage 59 still very much in the equation for that podium, especially with their hards compared to Proton's softs. They will have that strategy overhang, which will mean that if any rain comes, they should end up seeing themselves come through ahead in third place as all the strategy sort of washes out. Ferrari only gained a couple of seconds from Toyota on the Inters. They really weren't that slow, actually. Toyota, they did well. Genesis will now hold up the Toyota a little bit. We'll see if Toyota can get through, or if they need to get through, because a third place runner on soft compound tyres is not the slowest car to be stuck behind, and I think Toyota have realised that, and they're just backing off a little bit. They don't want too much trouble here. They just want a nice relaxed time. But unfortunately, we don't have that many close fights through the field now. Alpine have dropped well away from Peugeot in that fight for P7. BMW have absolutely squandered their hopes of P5. Aston Martin looked almost an outside chance for P5 a few hours ago, and they have now firmly rubber stamped their position in 5th place in this race. Then looking down, the Duquesne team, P11 overall, but 3rd still. And then you have very even spacing of about 21-22 seconds to 4th, 5th and 6th place in that LMP2 class. So what we really need is one more big fake rain to just absolutely shake up these very standard 20-second gaps, turn them into something really, really interesting.
Definitely. Ferrari looking like they've absolutely minced that gap. Now it's like down to, I think on your screen it would probably be down to 18 seconds at
Yeah,
this point.
17 and a half, 16.8 now. Toyota are on the hards, remember, so they will have the benefit of the doubt should the rain come a-calling. But if Ferrari can get in 2 very powerful stints on the softs here, and they have liked the softs in this last hour or so, they could be in for an absolute blinder in terms of making up the gap to Toyota. Remember, a 10-15 second gap is kind of what you get nullified, not by an extra pit stop, but just by a car being on the wrong tyres in the rainy conditions. That's the kind of gap that you can see falling. Ferrari's 16 seconds, 15 seconds behind the Toyota now. They are closing in. In fact, I dare say they'll be well under 10 seconds back from the Toyota. 14.8 now. I think they'll be very close by the time it gets to their pit stop. This could be very interesting indeed. I might try to do the Discord stream again just for a bit. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But I'm going to take a very short break, so I will leave you to call it by eye if the connection's good enough.
Yeah, give it a go. So, what a fascinating little race over here, ladies, gents, everybody around the world, everybody. I'm kidding. Yeah, Toyota. The gap came down from about 27 or so seconds to just 14 seconds between themselves and Ferrari. So it's clear that the Ferrari team is heaving them in as they've lapped Racing Team Turkey on my screen, and it's gonna rain. That's gonna rain. That's what Toyota do, because they're on like they're right by the pit lane. They've decided to come in. I think, yes, they have. Toyota decided. No. I am mistaken. Ferrari, on the other hand, have decided they are coming in. Toyota deciding to stay out over here. So, is this the right call? Because if it is, Ferrari could gain a few more seconds out of Toyota. But as it's been gambling, it's the wrong call. Toyota have decided to stay out, and that has proven to be the right call, because now it's going from rainy to cloudy. The question is, will it stay this way or will it change? Genesis, though, could gain a chunk of time on the Scuderia. I mean, it's not the Scuderia, it's just the of course. But obviously Ferrari now going to gain as much as they can with the undercut, because they're on inters compared to Toyota's hards, and the track is still a little bit damp, but it's almost dried out, and now it has fully dried out. It's just a matter of what the weather will do from here on in, because if Ferrari have pulled off a blinder, if it does rain again, they'll gain quite a bit of time on Toyota, but now they're just going to lose time to every car around them, including the LMP2 of United Auto Sports, which is on the dry tires at the moment. But it doesn't look like it's going to dry. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to rain again. Damn, I'm not used to doing solo commentary anymore, am I? Ferrari back in. They've lost. They're going to be 70 plus seconds behind. Now with having boxed, Cadillac also in, BMW in, Alpine in, and maybe, just maybe, that could be the and let me just say, a slight disconnection there, but Ferrari and Toyota are both on the hard tires, so Ferrari now have the advantage of being on fresher tires compared to Toyota. It will be sunny, so no rain left on the circuit. Every car now on dry tires, and suddenly a gap that was coming down has increased by almost a full minute between the top two. So maybe that could be game set and match, as I said. But you know what? You've seen twists and turns. You've seen Ferrari 90 seconds in front of Toyota and ahead of Genesis earlier on. That gap came down to like 0 between Ferrari and Toyota, and then the gap ballooned to 80 seconds between the top two and Ferrari. But now Ferrari are in the position where they are in, like, they have the responsibility of trying to out-gamble Toyota here, because I think so far the dry gambles, or the staying out on dry tires, has proven to be the right call for most of the drivers, or most of the teams at least, where staying out on intermediates or on wet tires has proven to be the exact opposite. Further down the field, let's just run you through the order there. So you've got the top two, you've got Genesis in third with Cadillac 79 seconds back in fourth, Aston Martin in fifth place, Peugeot in sixth, BMW losing out again due to the changing conditions. They've dropped behind Peugeot and they're down in seventh, with Alpine just about a lap behind them in eighth. Then LMP2, you've got you've got United Autosports ahead of DKR Engineering with no contest between the two of them. I think the gap is about 6, 7, 8 laps. I don't even know, as we're on board with the Ferrari while the clouds are coming back out. So I think if the Ferrari team knows or has their wits about them, what we could see is an attempt to sort of stay out if it does happen to rain again. And I think with Toyota having all the tires, I assume that Toyota team might decide to come in. That could be a huge chance for Ferrari to gain, especially if they string the laps together. So further back, as I was saying with LMP2, United Autosports, DKR, to gain CLX into the Europole. That's a title battle for 12th overall and 4th in that class. Then you've got Algarve in 6th place, a distance behind but still in with a shot. The GTs, the GT3s, Hearts of Racing have this locked down, and it will take a rain-sized miracle to stop them. Iron Links in second, Garage 59 in third. They undercut Proton, who are on the soft tires, in fourth in their class. Vista AF Corse in fifth, and Racing Team Turkey, one of my favorites, one of my favorite underdogs, is at the back of the field currently as clouds come out yet again, and CLX and Inter Europol are in a little bit of a squabble. As TKR, they come into the pits. Heart of Racing also come into the pits, probably at the worst time possible. But I think more critically, the Gainer also come in. So if it rains now, the Gainer could potentially be under threat for P3 in the LMP2 class. Just depends on if the rain does indeed fall. Now we're on board with the Ferrari down and Mulsanne straight. I do wonder, I know it's a game and everything, but hypothetically, if these were people, I do wonder what thinking would be for the mechanics and everyone. And you know what? If I'm being dead honest with you, we've got 72 minutes left, and my English is absolutely suffering at the moment. It's so funny because English is my home language. It was my, it's pretty much my home language. Ferrari doing a 53.2, horrible lap, but Toyota not doing any better. Gap is still reduced despite that, so I do wonder what the Genesis and the Cadillac are doing in response. As I think the big battle to keep an eye out for is the one for P6, as the Peugeot recently came in. BMW now back ahead of Peugeot, but Peugeot has the fresher tires. So if it does rain, it's for Peugeot to stay out. BMW might need to come into the pits. And yeah, we'll see how things unfold. Juras has just left the VC. Speaking of Juras, early on, it's got a solid, I think, 5th place in AMRL. Good result from him. Shout out. But yeah, go and check the YouTube comments actually. Yeah, goodness gracious, my voice is mesmerizing. You know what? I appreciate that, Ben Bonner. I appreciate that big time, man. Good. Anyway, when I listen to my own voice, right? When I listen to my own voice, it always sounds like there's days when it sounds cool. There's days when it sounds horrible. As Toyota is coming for medium tires, we're going to keep a fast eye on that. I think Ferrari will unlap themselves, which is critical. Oh wait, no, yeah, Ferrari unlapped themselves there. So then with their slightly more worn tires, now only, I think, about 41 seconds back. So they're both on the same lap now.
Hello.
Ferrari definitely
Anything
will
happen?
be looking for rain. Not actually, yes.
I was watching.
Yeah.
Oh my
Interesting
goodness.
little
Right.
rainfall there.
Bear with me. Actually, no. I can wait 5 minutes to do this. I'm going to do a connection, Wi-Fi change when I do the stream changeover. But I'll do that in 5 minutes.
Valid. And we've got Cadillac in for mediums, Alpine in for mediums, the weather marker deciding that it's bored of just staying at the bottom. It's like started at the bottom, now we're here, and it's still sunny, of course, but
What we would want right now,
slowly but surely.
if we get heavy rain, everyone goes on the wets. Track dries, everyone goes on the slicks. Light rain, Toyota pits for the inters, Ferrari stays out. Then the rain dries up immediately, Toyota comes back in for the slicks, Ferrari is still stayed out. If all that happens within the space of like 4 laps, then Ferrari is back in the lead. On merit. Not a single bit of hopium going on here.
I mean, personally, I'm kind of hoping the order stays as it is.
Oh, well, I want a close fight to the end.
Want Ferrari to close in, and I mean, right now they're definitely doing that because the gap's now come down to 33 seconds. It's then, I want like cars 2 or cars 3 type of finish. I forgot which one it was, but I want it to be like the Le Mans we never had, where the cars are like side by side, neck and neck, heading onto like the final straight, the final sequence of corners, with Toyota hopefully winning. But hey, like we've spoken about the history of Ferrari, but now we have to talk about the history of Toyota, where 2016, in the real life Le Mans, it looked like they were on course for, I think, their first Le Mans victory.
Yeah, it would have been.
Dusted 2. Yeah, it would have been 3 laps to go. Car fails on the drivers, and that's all she wrote. And now, maybe Toyota can right those wrongs, but at the same time, they could also wrong those rights.
Who knows? Heart of Racing become the final team to pass the 200 pit stop marker. They are in a league of their own, out in the front of the LMGT3 field. Interesting to see the LMGT3s probably do have lower tyre wear than the LMP2s, because you look at the LMP2 stops 207, 211, 16, 17, 20, 23 compared to 01, 11, 13, 11, 13, 17. So it does look like, and then actually you'd say the most pit stops probably is the hypercars when you have 18, 17, 18, 20, 25. I think the Ferrari and the Toyota 90 seconds clear of the pack being the notable exemptions to that. So yeah, how intriguing.
I think definitely. I honestly think that because with the cars, the slower that they are, because the tire wear is very, let's say, consistent as well across the cars, and it's based on the time. So I think with the bottom six especially, and I mean even the six ahead of them, it's like the tire wear has been probably a bit heavier on them than it would be for the faster cars like the hyper cars. However, I think because of how steady, how slow and steady they are, and as they say, slow and steady wins the race. Although maybe in some cars' cases that might not be the case, but yeah, with how slick impact on how many pit stops they've been able to do compared to compared to the LMPs and also the hypercars. Because I mean, with what's it called? I think if they were on the same laps, I think the number of pit stops for the GTs compared to the LMPs and the hypercars would be quite a lot as well.
I agree.
And I think with them being on, I think like with them being on that many less laps as well.
We're gonna go to a 5-minute advertising break right now, and then we're gonna come back and do the final hours of Le Mans. We'll see you in 5 minutes.